Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. If everyone can hear me, can you type a 1 in chat? And as long as it's not screaming. Mwah. Let me throw a shout out to everyone that's in chat so far. We have Newman Gaming, my bestie. Love you. And then we have Silent Dragon, Apparoni, Blood Dragon, Vanta. It's good to see everyone. It's not too loud, is it? It's like really loud in my headset. I'm sorry. Susanna, good to see you. Yes, yes, yes. I hope I haven't missed Deja. Deja. Good to see you. Okay. So tonight we are going to be finishing up the Kevin Underwood case as far as all the documents as of to date. Um, what we're going to do is, I think we only have about, out of all those documents, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7 documents left, but one of them is really, really thick. So it's going to be a lot. It's thick. So just so you know, that one's going to be a lot of reading. It's the opinion dated March 25th, 2011. We are cruising right along up to date. Oh my goodness. Okay, you guys can't make me laugh. Let me start the intro. And if you guys have not yet, if you could connect to Pinky After Dark, she is going to be my gaming channel. Hangout, open panels, um, where we sit around and just BS, hang out, the fun channel. This will be just the serious channel, and we'll be working on getting that channel up and going and moving right along. So I will see you all in a bit, right after the intro. Welcome back. Okay, this is court document 1014722. Is it this one? I believe it's this one. Okay, share screen. Silent Dragon, we love you. Enough is enough, guys. Okay. So, for anyone that has not listened to any of this case, there is a trigger warning. This is not for little ears. This case discusses everything from execution to mutilating body parts, cannibalistic behavior, and his death sentence. So, if you have a sensitive stomach, I'm not sure what's in this big, thick document to read. I'm hoping that it's not too bad. So, I am putting the trigger warning out there. Matter of fact, let me type it. It looked like ticker at first. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Gosh, that still seems so loud. So sorry. Is that a little better? Okay. So I'm going to share. This one's March 25th. That one's March 20th. Okay, I'm going to share this one first before I do the big one. Okay. So this is the order denying petition for the rehearing. This is Kevin Underwood. He's the one that did the appeal. This is in the state of Oklahoma, case number D-2008-319. Sorry, too much singing lately. My throat is all sore. Y'all are killing me. Okay. Everyone can see that, okay. So this is the appellant filed a petition for rehearing in the above styled appeal on April 14th, 2011. He requests the reconsideration of the court's decision affirming his conviction for first degree murder and the sentence of death. Underwood versus State, 2011, Oklahoma, CR 12 P.D. Decided March 25th, 2011, according to Rule 3.14, Rules of Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals, 22 OS, Chapter 18, Appeals 2011. A petition for rehearing shall not be filed as a matter of course, but only for two reasons. Some of the questions decisive of the case and duly submitted by the attorney of record has overlooked the court by or overlooked by the court, or the decision is in conflict with the express statute or controlling decision in which the attention of this court was not called either in a brief or oral argument. Raising several claims, appellant alleges that the rehearing is warranted on both grounds. We have reviewed the appellant's claims in light of our original opinion and find the petition for rehearing should be denied, is so ordered. Now for the big one. So I'll do a quick overview for anyone that hasn't been here. This is the case of Kevin Ray Underwood, who was born of December 19th, 1979, and was convicted of murder one, aggravated murder one, in Purcell, Oklahoma. The crimes that he had committed was authorities had sought out a missing 10-year-old girl. Her name was Jamie Rose Bolin, for whom an Amber Alert was issued. Underwood, who lived near Bolin in the same apartment complex, was arrested on April 17th, 2006. Underwood admitted to FBI agents and the Oklahoma detectives that he had murdered and attempted to decapitate Bolin, telling them, "Go ahead, arrest me. She's in there. I chopped her up." After Underwood's confession, Bolin's corpse, stashed in a large plastic container, was recovered from his bedroom closet. Purcell Police Chief David Tompkins stated that Bolin's murder was a culmination of Underwood's fantasies to kidnap a person, rape them, torture them, kill them, and then cut off their head, drain their body of all their blood, rape their corpse, eat their corpse, and dispose of their organs and bones. Underwood was convicted of having bludgeoned Bolin to death with a wooden cutting board. Police stated that he had found the meat tenderizer and barbecue skewers at the scene, which they presumed were intended for the use on the victim. Welcome in, Mountain Girl. It's good to see you. The trial was set on date February 29th of 2008. A jury found him guilty in the first degree. The jury recommended the death penalty on March 7th, 2008. On April 3rd, McLean County District Judge Candace Bullock approved the recommendation for the death sentence and that he Thank you so much, Mount Girl. I appreciate you. Mm. Anyone is welcome to come up on panel. If they would like to come up on panel with me, I will drop a link in the chat. But I cannot guarantee what this document is. It is a 71-page document. So I can't guarantee what all is in here. I have not yet read through it. So forgive me now. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Now let me find this case so you guys can also see it real quick. This would be 2008 319. March 25th. do. D2 Switzerland. Just give me 1 second. D2019. I think it's this one. Okay. So this document will be the opinion on his appeals. So this has a different um when you do an appeal, you get a different case number. So I had to go to that case, specific case. This dated March 25th, 11. Affirmed opinion. Where's the document? Oh, let me open up this document real quick. We might have a new, no, that's the same date. That was the July 5th date. Okay. I was seeing if they had a new date yet. Opinion, motion. Mm, I don't see it in here. What is this? That's withdrawal of objection. What's this? Mm, it's not it. Okay, let's go back one. Is there more than one T case? That's the only one that's a T case. I might just have to read it. I'm sorry, guys. I tried to find the doc where I wait, hold on. Maybe this one. I can't seem to. Yeah, I can't seem to March 20. It says March 25th. Gosh darn it. I can't seem to locate this specific document in the system. Okay. Anyways, I could close that out. You're just going to have to deal with my reading, which is not that great. I'm sorry. So please forgive me. Okay. Let me move you guys over here. Oh, making funny faces. Uh huh. We are almost done, guys. This is all we have left out of that giant stack of documents. I am doing good. How are you doing? Top notch. It's good to see you. AMC, so good to see you. I don't get to see AMC very often anymore. Okay, so now this is document on case number D2008-319, Kevin Underwood. This is his appeal. Appellant of the state of Oklahoma, who is the appealee. C. Johnson was the judge. This is going to be a lot of reading, so forgive me. So sorry. Nezzy. Nezzy, baby. Any of you are welcome to come up on StreamYard with me if you like. You don't have to camera up if you don't want to. I just need to know in the background that you're a living, breathing person and you're not going to like peep on me. That's the only thing I ask. That is it. I just don't want to get peep bombed. I've never been P-bombed, and I don't wanna start now. So, okay. So let's get started. So Judge Johnson, appellant Kevin Ray Underwood, was charged in McLean County District Court, case number CF-2006-102, with first-degree murder. 21 Oklahoma statute support dot 2004-701.7a. The state alleged three aggravating circumstances in support of the death penalty. The district court granted the appellant request to change of venue. The case was transferred from McLean County to Cleveland County. Case number CF-2007-513. Jury trial was held on February 19th through March 7th, 2008, before Honorable Judge L. Candace, District Judge. The judge found appellant guilty as charged. Before capital sentencing phase of the trial began, the state dismissed one of the three aggravating circumstances as it had alleged. The jury rejected a second aggravating circumstance, but did not find the murder was especially heinous. I don't know how they didn't do that, but I'm just saying, like, I I would have assumed that it was especially heinous. I'm just saying. Um, anyways, I concur in the court's decision to affirm that the judge in the sentence in this case to find the sentence of the death penalty supported by the law and evidence. However, I do have concerns about the syntax used in describing our appellant's review. As proposed, my opinion states we review the district court's factual findings for clear error, when in fact on appeal the court reviews a trial court's ruling on the facts of the abuse of discretion. An abuse of discretion has been defined as clearly erroneous conclusions of judgment that one was clearly against the logic and effect of the facts presented. Marshall versus State. Now, I'm going to skip over some of those, you guys, because they're just really elongated, like sightings for why they brought this specific reason up in court. So, like, if I'll use this as an example. So if you have another case that is similar to your case, you can use that information saying so and so versus so and so in that specific case. You can use that as a citing towards a decision being made on your case. Kaylee, you're welcome to come up if you like. I can't guarantee what is in here, but I am putting a trigger warning up there because I haven't read through this specific document. I digress. While the abuse of is clearly erroneous, we have not adopted a separate standard labeled clear error. We must be careful with the words we use due to the fact of the reader's evaluation, those words for future argument. Slight changes give rise to arguments and standards of review have changed within the fact that they have not. I would just urge the court to be consistent in the verbiage it is used to explain the methods utilized in analyzing issues on appeal. Wow, Snooks. Snook says Kevin's dad was my husband's classmate and neighbor. We lived very close to where this. Oh my goodness. That's right, Snooks. You are in Oklahoma, huh? Okay, sorry guys. Making sure all my stuff is put away. All my parts. Okay. I am so sorry. That is just I can't even imagine like being that close to somebody and then like it would really make you second guess your neighbors, all that. Just yeah. It just puts real life situations into perspective, if that makes sense. Okay. While the abuse and discretion standards include the evaluation of whether the judge's discretion is clearly erroneous, we have not adopted standards for label. Oh, yes, Miss Kaylee, welcome up. How you doing, Missy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I can't guarantee. Oh, wait, you're on top of me. Oh, look, Kaylee's on top of me. Woo, woo. Down with the sick. Okay. I'm trying to be funny. It's not a funny case, but trying to keep it.
Yeah, that was funny though. I was totally teabagging you.
Have you been playing video games? How do you know
Yeah.
what dragon is? Never mind. I don't wanna know. Just saying. How have you been, Missy?
cold. It's cold here, and I don't like it.
Cold, whatever. I don't want to hear cold. It's only like 32 here last night. It's supposed to be like warm, like there. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
live in Florida. You're telling me.
Kaylee's got her little Ugg boots on. She's like, "Yee."
I am. I'm in a onesie. I got my dang snuggie.
I know. I
It's
should have
still
put on
cold.
my little giraffe onesie.
My little nose and my toes.
I'm telling you.
Got cold puppies, cold
Oh,
toes.
how are the babies?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm so tired of them chewing on my stuff. I'm just, they make me angry. But they're
Oh,
so cute.
are you ready to give me my first son yet?
You can have them all.
I can't have them all, but I can at least be one or two. One or two.
little, little
You know they'll be spoiled.
oh man, they already are. They're little shits, man. Little sheets.
Nezzy says, "Kaylee, that's my wifey." Yeah, I tried to get Kaylee to be my wifey at one point, but, she was already taken.
Where's Bill?
I don't know. He didn't like the squeaky voice, so he dipped out.
You don't have the squeaky voice on. You do know that, right?
No, I do know. I don't know. He's sensitive. He's in his feelers.
It's that time of year.
Mountain
Or
Girl said it's 19 there. 9 with the wind chill.
Fudge! Mountain girl, that's bad behavior. Stop calling her that. I'm just
That's
kidding.
crazy cold. That's like she must be up in, like, Kansas or Wyoming or something. It gets cold as shit up there.
Too cold. That should be illegal.
Yeah, shit.
One is
Lots
enough. I know, Snooks. I got six puppies plus the. I don't even want to talk about it.
plus the what?
The hooker that birthed them and the.
You called her a hooker, poor thing. She's like, "Mom,
uh,
send me out for puppies."
oh, she's in Idaho.
Why is she in Idaho? Oh, Mountain Girl. I thought you meant the puppy. There, I think I fixed it.
No, she's up my ass. That
Idaho,
was my new
close enough.
video.
Yeah, no doubt she's up there where yeah, it's icky. Okay. I fixed my shirt. It was like had a mind of its own for a moment. Okay. So you ready to go through this stack?
Oh God, you just got official. All right, I'm ready.
Oh.
In the hole.
This is just the judge's opinion. So it's going to go through from top to bottom of the case.
Is it gory?
I don't know. Here, let me kind of skip through some pages.
I mean, it doesn't matter regardless. I'm just gonna mute because I might drop some f bombs. To be expected. The
There
judge
is
gives
a
his
few
opinion on
things like
like the things that happen.
where he says was still alive and gagged and presumably conscious, decapitated her.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I'm gonna cuss.
okay, yeah, go, yeah, you can cuss. I need that. But I mean, that's like, I mean, come on, that's like this far in. So, yeah,
Okay,
I don't
let's
want to
go.
lose my pages. But we're almost done. We're almost done with the case. Going through all the documents. Stringer
He's still not
Gaming,
on the
welcome in.
list, so it's not done yet. They ain't freaking put him back on the list yet. I've been checking.
I know. I'm waiting patiently.
Unbelievable.
I'm sure I'll be one of the first to find out.
If they put him back on it.
Oh, they'll put him back on the list. They have to just schedule those 25. They stated that it was basically it was abuse of the death sentence penalty of having that many sentenced
Abuse.
to
That's a,
death in that time period in 1 year, 25 in 1 year.
how many
That
is it?
that
Damn,
the,
Oklahoma be doing it like that?
and they
That's
said that
crazy.
the people that are the ones that do the injection were not handling it well, is what it was.
Like, oh God, I don't even want to know. I can only
Like
imagine.
they had to be
Oh,
the ones that did the injection and all that.
oh,
And they
like
get
they weren't
nervous.
emotionally handling it well. Okay,
Right,
gotcha. I'm
right.
like,
They were
I thought you were saying like they were like not dying.
There has been a few. Remember we were going through that?
Yeah, that would be, oh my
That would
god,
be
terrible.
awkward.
Yeah, awkward. Yeah, that's a word.
Awkward. I'm like, "Why is he still talking?"
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
He looks like a barbecued hot dog, but he's still moving around. I know it's not a joking matter, but for people like that, I honestly is I'm
Yeah,
really
it's like, really,
I'm
you're
like,
they have
"Whatever."
how should they have a right to be all the things they did, and it's like, "Oh, you want it to be now you want somebody to be humane for you?" Like, where was that shit when you did that stuff to that little girl? Like, you
Exactly.
dickwad. I like you too.
I like you too. Long time no see. Okay, let me focus. Let me put the monster away and just
Alright,
sip on my
yeah,
coffee.
let's
I forgot
go.
my vape. So, forgive me for my smoking.
Good. You'll live longer.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. I'll be editing all that out later. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So while the abuse of discretion standard includes an evaluation of whether the judge's discretion clearly erroneous, we have not adopted a separate standard label. Clear error. We must be careful with the words that we use due to the fact readers evaluate those words for future arguments, and that's what I was saying. That's all the citing. So if you don't use basic law language and you try to like switch it up some, they can't use it in another case because the verbiage is different. So they have to be very careful about how they word things and how that case is presented. Slight changes give a rise to arguments, and that's where like whether it's the defense or prosecuting attorney will be like, well, that wasn't the verbiage that was used in the past case. You can't change the verbiage to fit your needs and desires. Okay. Slight changes give arguments to standards of review have changed when in fact they have not. I just urge the court to be consistent in verbiage it uses to explain the methods utilized in analyzing issues on appeal. Atrocious or cruel and recommended a sentence of death. Formal sentencing was held on April 3rd, 2008. Appellant timely appealed the verdict to this court. These are the facts. Appellant was charged with murder of the 10-year-old Bolin in 2006 in Purcell, Oklahoma. Appellant lived alone in the same apartment complex where Jamie Bolin lived with her father, Curtis Bolin. Due to her father's work schedule, Jamie was typically home alone for the period of time after school. On the day in question, Jamie played in the school library with a friend of hers for a short time before going home. She was never seen alive again. Police, firefighters, and a host citizens volunteers began to search for Jamie the day of Jamie's disappearance. The Federal Bureau of Investigations added over 2 dozen people in the effort. On April 14th, 2006, 2 days after Jamie was last seen, police set up several roadblocks around the apartment complex where she lived, seeking leads from local motorists. Around 3:45 p.m. that day, FBI agent Craig Overby encountered a truck driven by Applin's father at one of the roadblocks. That would be Mountain Girls. Was it Mountain? No, Snooks. Snooks said that her family knew the father.
It's
Okay,
Snooks, you dork.
Snooks. There should be a U in there then.
It's Snooks. And Eddie's
Snooks.
here too.
Eddie, Fast Eddie, good to see you. Appellant's father told Overby that they would they had heard about the disappearance, and in fact, the appellant was the girl's neighbor. From speaking with the neighbors at the apartment complex, Overby knew that a young man living there may have been the last person to see her. Overby asked if the appellant would come on come into the patrol car and talk to them for a moment, and the appellant agreed. While his father waited in the truck, the patrol car and appellant made statements that piqued Overby's interest. Overby asked the appellant if he would come to the police station for additional questioning. Again, the appellant agreed. Overby assured the appellant's father that they would give the appellant a ride home. Not today. He did, but he didn't stay long. At the police station, the applicant was interviewed by Agent Overby. Okay, so this might get a little gory in the beginning too. Yeah, on page 5. Okay, we're on page 3. Okay, so applicant told about seeing Jamie on April 12th and discussing his activities on that day and other matters. At the conclusion of the interview, which was less than an hour, the agents asked the appellant if they could search his apartment. Appellant agreed. The agents accompanied the appellant to his apartment around 5 p.m. While looking around the apartment, Overby saw a large plastic tub in the applicant's closet and lid was sealed with duct tape. I'm sorry, guys. I got to put this back up. I got to go find it now. I'll just retype it. There we go. Yeah, just in case. Okay. Appellant agreed. The agents accompanied the appellant to his apartment. Okay, looking around the apartment, he saw the large plastic tub. Okay, we already got that in the closet. Its lid was sealed with duct tape. Appellant saw Overby looking at the tub and volunteered that he kept comic books in it. He said that he had taped the lid to keep the moisture out. Overby asked if he could look inside the tub. The appellant agreed. When Overby pulled the back portion of the tape and lifted the corner of the lid, he saw the girl's shirt and realized that it had matched the applicant's description of the shirt Jamie was wearing on the day of her disappearance. When Overby commented that he saw no comic books in the tub, the applicant interjected, "Go ahead and arrest me." Overby immediately responded, "Where is she?" Applicant replied, "She's in there. I hit her." Okay, say page 4. She's in there. I hit her, chopped her up. Appellant then became visibly upset, began hyperventilating, and exclaimed, "I'm going to burn in hell." He was placed under arrest and escorted out to the agent's vehicle. Agent Overby summoned local authorities to secure the scene. Back at the police station, the appellant advised with his right to remain silent, his right to the assist of counsel during the questioning, consistent with the Miranda versus Arizona. Guess that's where the Miranda rights came from. US 436, 86 S. CT 1602 16 LED. 2 D 694 1966. Because he asked for a lawyer, the interview was concluded. After about 15 minutes later, approximately at 5:45, the police approached the appellant and asked if he would reaffirm in writing his original verbal consent to search his apartment. Appellant agreed and spent the next few hours sitting in the police lieutenant's office. He conversed with various officers who were sent to guard him, and he made the incriminating statements during that time. Around 9:30 p.m. that evening, appellant asked to speak with 2 FBI agents he had initially talked to, Overby and Maggs. Because the appellant had previously asked for counsel, OSBI agent Linda Williams visited with him to determine the intentions. Agent Williams reminded the appellant that he would either decline or decline to be he earlier declined to be questioned. He explained that because of the decision, police could not question him any further because that he has to have his lawyer present. So anything he says in the interim time of where it's not being recorded, it's really against his right, and they can't really use that information against him only as like kind of hearsay, if you understand what I mean. Around 10:15 p.m., the agents Overby and Maggs interviewed appellant at the police station before questioning began. Overby reminded appellant again of his Miranda rights, and appellant signed a written form acknowledging that he understood them and waived them. When asked if anyone had offered anything in exchange for agreeing to talk, appellant replied that one of the officers had predicted things would go better for him if he cooperated. Besides acknowledging his waiver of Miranda rights, appellant also signed another written consent to search his apartment. A video recording and transcripts of the interview that followed, which lasted about an hour, was presented to the jury at the trial and is concluded in the record of appeal. In the interview, Appellant describes how he had recently developed a desire to abduct a person, sexually molest them, eat their flesh, and dispose of their remains. He explains in considerable detail how he attempted to carry out this plan on Jamie Bolin, whom he had decided was a convenient victim. Appellant stated that he invited Jamie into his apartment to play with his pet rat. Once Jamie was inside, Appellant hit her on the back of the head several times with a wooden cutting board. She screamed in pain and begged him to stop. Appellant proceeded to suffocate the girl by sitting on her, placing his hand across her face. Appellant told the agents that she was not an easy task, and the 15 to 20 minutes passed before she succumbed. Appellant claimed that he then attempted to have sexual relations with the girl's body, but was unable to perform. He then moved her body to the bathtub and attempted to decapitate her head with a knife, but was unsuccessful at the task as well. Frustrated, the appellant wrapped Jamie's body in a plastic sheeting and placed it in a large plastic container, which he hid in his closet. Appellant was also dismantled Jamie's bicycle and hid it outside of his apartment to make it look as if she had left the apartment complex. Jamie Boland's remains were taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. The medical examiner noted bruises on the back of the girl's head, consistent with the appellant's claims that he had hit her with the cutting forcefully with the cutting board. The examiner also noted the petechia in the girl's eyes, which is like blood in, like when you're strangled or suffocated, you'll get the whites of your eyes will turn red with blood. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with chat. Please forgive me, you guys. I love you guys. Okay. Um, okay, where was I? Okay. And curved marks on her face, consistent with the appellant description on how he had suffocated her. The most pronounced wound on her body was a very deep incision to Jamie's neck, which was consistent with the injuries that the appellant admitted to inflicting on Jamie. The medical, okay, this is might be, uh, you might want to just mute it for a minute, Kaylee, where you can't hear me because it might bother you. The appellant admitted to inflicting, okay. The medical examiner also noted trauma to the girl's genital area, including tearing of the hymen. However, the medical examiner could not say that if Jamie was alive or even conscious at the time her neck was cut or when she was sexually assaulted. The official cause of death was declared by asphyxiation. In the punishment stage of the trial, the state presented brief victim impact testimony from Jamie Boland's parents, which I've read. It incorporated the testimony from the guilt stage to how the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The defense presented the extensive evidence in mitigation of sentence, including the testimony of families, friends, and 3 experts who had evaluated the appellant's mental health. In rebuttal, the state presented its own mental health expert, who had reviewed the findings and the defense experts. The state's experts did not disagree with the defense experts' diagnosis and concurred with many of their findings, but disagreed on some points that explained why of his opinion. Appellant constituted a continuing threat to society. In the end, the jury rejected the continuing threat, which that doesn't make any sense to me. Does it you, Kaylee? Like if he got away with it once, don't you think he would attempt to do it again? She might still be muted. She might be screaming right now. That just makes no sense to me. But they did drop that part. Okay. Additional facts.
Absolutely, he would do it again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I would assume too. But they did remove
Be-
that.
He wasn't remorseful now. It was just a matter like he got caught, and he would absolutely do it again. And who knows how many times he's done it other than that?
Exactly. Oops, wrong button. Hold on.
Because he did that with a level of like almost arrogance, like he's done that before. Or, you know, at least it played it out in his head enough to where he mastered that. I mean, there was no rookiness about that.
No, not at all. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you usually don't wake up like that. You usually grow into that kind of sick fuck.
yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. Nope, I agree 1,000%. It's not something you just wake up one day and say, "Hey, I think I want to decapitate somebody, drain all the blood from their body, cut off their head, put it on my desk so they can watch me masturbate."
Right, but the whole like living there, like the process of getting her by, you know, where she would be vulnerable and not with her parents not around, and the whole pet rat thing. I mean, that there's like levels of the sickness in the planning, like premeditated planning. Like he didn't just, it wasn't sporadic. Like he stalked her and waited for his moment.
I agree.
Ugh.
And he said he didn't care if it was a boy, a girl, he didn't care if it was an adult or a child. He
That
assumed
speaks
a child
volumes.
because they would be easier for him to subdue.
Yeah, whoever would have been the neighbor, and that means even more. Society is not safe with him in it.
No, not at all. So now we are moving on to the discussion portion. My mic's not too loud, is it? I always feel like it's screaming. So, discussion, section 11. Appellant raises 13 proposition of errors. Before tuning before turning to them, however, we need to make a few observations. First, while applicant did not formally concede to his guilt in murder of Jamie Bolin, but instead required the state to present its evidence on the issue. Neither did he seriously contest the guilt stage evidence against him. In fact, the defense counsel told the jury in the guilt stage opening statements that would probably find appellant guilty, but there would be reasons to spare his life. What would that be? That's what I'd want to know. Appellant does not Appellant does not appeal challenge to the sufficiency of evidence to support his conviction, while appellant does raise a few claims that go to fairness in the entire trial. In remaining claims, it generally concedes that any alleged error only affected the punishment stage. Second, as far as punishment stage goes, the jury was presented with two aggravating circumstances in support of the death penalty, and it rejected one of them. The defense presented substantial evidence in regarding appellant's background, mental health, and prospects as inmate of secure facility. Now, I think one of the issues was that they were worried. The reason they didn't want to hold him for life in prison is that they were afraid that he would do something like this to somebody that was actually in the prison with him. I believe, if I remember correctly. I should have got a bottled water instead. I got a scratchy voice like I've been chewing on porcupine. Appellant's background in mental health and prospects as an inmate of a secure facility for the rest of his life. The jury rejected the state's claim that the appellant posed a continuing threat to society. However, it found that the murder of Jamie Bolin was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that in a single aspect of the crime outweighed the mitigating evidence that warranted the sentence of death. These facts in mind, we turn the appellant claims into an error. Section 2, admissibility of the appellant's confession. Now, this is where he confessed, but it wasn't because um, he did it. He knew what he was doing when he did it. When he confessed, he had already said that he wanted an attorney, and so he knew that it would be very hard for them to use those statements against him later when he started talking. So you have to be careful what you say because in some cases, like it can be used against you unless you have said that you wanted an attorney present. Then anything that you say can't really be used against you. It's kind of like blocked off. I don't know how to explain it in layman's terms. Okay. Admissibility of applicant's confession. In Proposition 1, applicant advances several reasons why incriminating statements he made, yeah, because it would be incriminating. Okay. He made to the police and physical evidence of those statements led to should not have been admitted into this trial. Essentially, his claims that his initial encounter with the police at the roadblock, his statements during the subsequent interviews, his incriminating statements during the search of his apartment, his, yeah, so anytime after the point where he said, I want an attorney present, anything that he said after that, um, is basically like kind of like null and void. IYQ2 says, how many people did he harm at Pinky? Just that one little girl, IYQ2. Okay. His incriminating statements during the search of his apartment, his recorded confession later that evening, and the physical evidence eventually seized from his apartments were all obtained in violation of the state and federal constitution protections from unreasonable searches and seizures, and constitutional privilege against self-incriminating. Uh, Affluent filed the extensive motion to suppress before trial, raising each of these claims made that I just stated. The trial counted the
Wait,
trial court
what? It's how what? How is it inadmissible?
because he had already asked to speak with an attorney.
When they were searching his house and stuff?
Yes.
What? Why would they
So,
even continue talking to him then without a lawyer? That's crazy to get all that evidence that's useless.
mhm.
Oh, idiots.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
go ahead.
So if we go back to the Kylie Rodney case, right?
Right.
Remember when law enforcement said, "We're not here to arrest anybody for you guys doing underage drinking, giving out drugs, whatever," right?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, they after they made that statement, you can't really go back and say, "Oh, well, now we're gonna bust you for it," because
Yeah,
then that would be entrapment.
what about the Keefe D situation with Tupac? Like,
That was
what?
only for that state, though. When they gave him that queen for a day,
Yeah.
then, but it was only in that county. So if he told anybody else, it would not be subjected anywhere. It would not he would they would anybody else would be able to use it, if that makes sense. So, him telling them that story was fine, but for him to go out and write a book and all this other stuff, that was what was used against him because he kept talking about it. He should have just left it alone.
Right, which was his ego because he felt like they were profiting off his story and it was his story to tell, and ultimately like he hung himself with that.
Exactly.
That's
And then
crazy
tried to
though.
play stupid when he was like, "Well, I didn't know."
Yeah.
Take it to your grave. I'm
Yeah.
not out for criminals. I'm just saying, I'm not telling criminals what to do. I'm just saying, if you've done something and you don't ever wanna get just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, he's no,
It's
listen,
that
let's just be
simple.
honest. He snitched his way out of some drug charges and ultimately threw his dead nephew straight under the bus and deserves every bit of what he's getting.
Exactly.
Should have came
Stoned
sooner.
every day. Welcome in, babe.
Rest in peace, Pac.
I know, I love Tupac. Freaking awesome. But we are up to page 8, so we only got, like, 65 left. Okay. The trial court held a hearing over several days in January of '08. The issue they issued a written order setting forth the chronological order of relevant events and detailing its findings and facts and conclusions of law and what evidence would be admissible in the upcoming trial. Appellant timely renewed his motion to suppress at trial. These issues have been preserved for the full appellant review. We review the district court's factual findings for clear error. Its analysis of the applicable law is reviewed of de novo. Number 13. The district court concluded in substance that the roadblocks where the applicant was first encountered the police was not an unreasonable seizure, as it was reasonably tailored to its stated objective, the applicant's initial statement. So, let me mark that where I was at. He tried to claim that where the roadblocks were, that they had pinpointed him out before then, which they had not. They just found that the way he made his statements were suspicious. That was his own guilt getting to him, where he felt that they had blocked the road off just to catch him. Let me adjust. Oh, my little footsies are getting cold. Okay. The verbal consent to search his apartment was voluntary, made in the non-custodial setting. The applicant's initial confession by and to Agent Overby at the apartment was admissible, even in the absence of the Miranda warnings under the rescue doctrine. The applicant's subsequent arrest, followed by the invocation of his rights to counsel, required the suppression of certain incriminating statements he made during various officers over the next few hours, and also invalidated his written consent to the search of his apartment made during that time. But this had no effect on the validity of the previous verbal consent to such search. The search warrant obtained by the police officers later that evening was not predicted on false or not predicated on false or misleading information. And the applicant voluntarily reinitiated contact with the police by asking to speak with the particular officers, which was the FBI officers. Even though, like, he should have said, "Hey, I'm recanting that I want an attorney present. I want to go ahead and speak with the FBI," and they should have been able to sign off that document of and release uh, that custody. You know what I'm saying? So by him saying, "Hey, I want to talk to an attorney," they should have had him sign off a document saying, "Okay, I revoke that, and yes, I want to talk. I want to speak directly with the FBI agents. I'm revoking my rights." In other words, on the night of April 14th, 2006, was a voluntary and admissible at trial, and the applicant changes all of these conclusions and we're in review of each claim in turn. We're going to start with the roadblock, the police roadblock, number
So
14.
what's the difference between you asking the defendant and if you have consent, and then when there's cases where that's completely avoided and there's a search warrant like signed by a judge, like what is the difference and why did that not happen here?
Can you
Like why
repeat
would
that?
why would his consent have been necessary at that point? Like why didn't a judge just sign off on the search warrant? Or it was like, was it still too early in the case? Like what evidence did they have at this point that he
Okay,
was
so
involved?
the only evidence that they had at this point was, okay, remember they spoke with him at the roadblock. They asked
Uh-huh.
if he volunteered to go to the police department and say, "Hey, yeah, let's talk." And then after he got into it, he was like, "Nope, I want to speak with an attorney."
Okay, gotcha.
So at that point, that's when they left him alone, and then he just started like
And,
running at the
and
bit.
had they already found her at this point?
No,
Okay, okay. That was what I was confused about.
yes,
Gotcha.
correct. They had not
Okay,
found her yet.
gotcha.
Then I believe that's when he was like, um, they asked if they could search his apartment voluntarily, and he said yes. But once he knew that the the officer saw the tub, he knew he was screwed. You know what I
So he
mean?
took it back and said, "I know, never mind. I changed my mind."
Correct. Which this
Mm,
is this is where I don't get, because he volunteered to go over there. He
right.
volunteered to let them search it.
And yeah, how do you
So
say yes and then just take it back? That shouldn't matter. I mean, unless they didn't get it in writing or
I
a
don't believe
signature.
they had read him his Miranda rights before they went over there.
That's so that could throw the whole freaking thing out if you're not careful.
Yeah, I think that's what it
Mm,
was. Hold on, let me find my
sloppy police.
and that happens a lot. That's why a lot of cases are,
Oh, yes.
um so speaking of that, uh, Newman Gaming, Silent Dragon, they they have this, game, like, realistic game, called, I think it's called 5PD. I believe it's called 5PD. And they do realistic role play. So if that's something I know you like law stuff, if that's something you're interested in, you should hit up Newman. And so it's like
What do you mean,
basically
like
you
the Sims? What do you mean?
it's kind of like Sims, but it's just like law enforcement.
What?
Yeah, where you
I'm
can I
I'm
wish Newman
intrigued.
would come up. Let me see if he'll come up if he's still in here. Let me
Hey,
copy him.
Gutters Pub.
Um, he could explain it to you a lot better. And Newman, I mean, just like, I don't know, cover up your camera, whatever you need to do. Um, but if you I know you like that kind of thing, and then, like, you pull somebody over, and so you have
Pull
to, like,
over.
go through proper procedure. I mean, and they take it all the way to court. People go to jail. Your little character goes to jail, all that kind of stuff.
Can I be the lawyer?
I wanted to be the attorney general. That's funny. Yeah.
I'm assuming that's a no. Wah, wah, wah.
Where is he at? Let me message. I don't see him in chat. Hold on.
What, Newman Gaiman? I think I just seen.
I think you would freaking dig it.
I think I seen them at Ryan's.
I know the guys might still be in here in chat.
Does he hang out at Ryan's? He's
Hold
in the
on.
chat. He says, "LOL, Inky, I'm here."
Oh, he's in VC. Um, Newman, can you come up and explain when you get a moment?
Well, some people. He said with some people at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I said when he gets an opportunity, he can explain it to you. I think you would like it. And then you get to learn a lot.
Blood Dragon.
I know Blood Dragon's so cute. Okay. They're all adorable. They are. Okay. I had to pin my hair up. Sorry guys. I was getting like hot.
Pin up. Pin up.
Pin-ups.
He said, "I'll try to."
I don't think you have to type in anything. Oh, he still has his on keyboard. He broke his keyboard yesterday.
Playing the game?
No, he spilled something on it.
Oh, I was gonna say that sounds aggressive.
I know, huh? And it ain't the like ball gagging whips and chains aggressive. It's not even the fun kind. Okay. So it says, okay, so we're gonna move on to the roadblock section. So now this is where they're arguing over like, search and seizures and where law enforcement may have failed or not. And then this is part of uh so basically this is where the judge is looking at the whole case and saying, how was this done? Was this done correctly? Was this done incorrectly?
Yeah.
Did you
What?
violate that person's rights? Like we have the right to anonymity and to a
Right.
point. And that's
Right.
where as well as I do, a lot of people on YouTube are violating those rights
Right.
by giving us and letting us keep our anonymity, trying to throw, past or whatever under the bus, throwing you under the bus.
Hey, Eddie, piss off.
So yeah, yeah. So you know how that is. What do you mean?
He said people that live in double wide efficiency
Efficiency
studios
stuff.
can't be attorneys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you
That's
little
Eddie. You're so
midget.
funny.
Yeah, hilarious.
I'll be in and out of chat, Pinky. Oh, thank you, Stoned. And if you guys do have a channel, please drop your link. Is everybody glued? Yeah, everyone has their jacket. Yeah, drop your link, so each of you guys can connect. There's some people in here that were not part of like the Inky, Kaylee, Fast Eddie crew. I like Q2, Mountain Girl, etc. Not my
Yeah,
crew,
the
but
Cool Kids Club.
that the cool kids. That side of YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I have like a scratchy throat. All that chipmunk singing.
Sick and Simon Says.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
Oh my god.
I freaking love it. Okay. It's so my personality.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would be Simon, the little dorky one.
I love him with his little glasses. He's so freaking cute.
I like the chubby cheeks on Theodore.
He's freaking adorable. Okay. So the applicant complains that the police roadblock, which led to his initial conversation with the police, amounted to an unreasonable seizure under the Fourth Amendment. In determining the reasonableness of seizures that are less intrusive than the traditional arrest, we must balance several competing factors: the gravity of the public concerns um, served by the seizure. Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. The degree in which the seizure advances into the public interest and the severity of the interference with the individual liberties. Liberties are freedoms. That's what liberty means. You have liberty to go do what you want, freedom to do what you want. Police may generally establish a roadblock without any individual suspicion of criminal activity, and the purpose is related to motor safety, such as brief blocks for driver's license and driver sobriety, provided that the roadblock is sufficiently tailored to that end. On the other hand, police may not establish roadblocks for general interest in a crime control, stopping motorists just to see what illegal activity might be revealed. So, like, they can't just throw up a roadblock just because they want to see how many people have weed in their car or how many people are, don't have a license or don't have insurance or don't have registrations. They can do them on like specific days. Like, say you have like a big football game and, people are going to be drinking. They can do it that way. It's not subjective, if that makes sense. Okay. It says, but police may consist with the Fourth Amendment, briefly detaining motorists to seek and disseminate information about a recent crime affecting an area. While such information seeking detentions do not involve individual suspicion of criminal activity. And that's what his argument was. That his argument was that he thought that they had already pinpointed him out and that they were just waiting for him to drive by. You get me? They are designed to and for brief durations, tend to involve few general questions of the motor, like very few and very general questioning, and they have to ask everybody the same questions of the motorist, and perhaps delivery of a flyer with additional information about the crime being investigated. If such roadblocks are reasonably tailored to those objectives, they are not unreasonable seizures. Then we have in a specific case. The police set up a highway roadblock to find a witness to or other information about a hit and run accident and that had killed a bicyclist about a week earlier on the same road. A defendant in Leinster was arrested at the roadblock on suspicion of driving under the influence of alcohol and was later convicted of that crime. On an appeal in that state, he successfully challenged his conviction on the theory that the roadblock was unreasonable seizure. However, the United States Supreme Court disregarded in considering the factors that was enunciated in Brown versus Texas, and noting that it was a vital role that the public plays in police investigative work. The court concluded that the brief delay to the motorists for that purpose of collecting discriminating information about the recent serious crimes in the vicinity was not an unreasonable seizure under the Fourth Amendment. The situation here was similar to that of the Lidster and was obvious difference of being that the person was challenging the roadblock here was actually implicated in the crime that prompted the roadblock in the first place. Remember what I was saying, that he assumed they already implicated him and they were looking for him. With that being the difference, however, there is no constitutional significance since the legality of the search and seizure is not dependent upon the kind of evidence it produces as a suppression hearing. Agent Mabry sponsored the guidelines used in this case, known as the FBI Child Abduction Response Plan. Mayberry testified about the procedures that he had trained to use to deploy roadblocks to canvass for witnesses and generate leads in such cases. The district court found nothing unreasonable about the roadblocks and applying for the factor analysis from the Brown versus Leinster. We reached the same conclusion. First, the public concerns justify the roadblocks were grave, considerably more than the Ladster. All police knew that there was a little girl who had been reported missing 2 days prior. He had her in there for 2 days. I thought it was the same day that this happened that they found him. They found her, but he had actually had her for 2 days. I didn't realize that until I my last stream. I noticed that, the date. I noticed the date, and I was like, "Oh, dang, he had her for 2 days in that tub." I'm surprised that the house wasn't well, they did say it was smelling a lot of incense and stuff. I can't even oh, yeah, I can't imagine. Okay, back to all seriousness. The district court found nothing unreasonable about the roadblock applying for the factors analysis from the Brown Leinsters. We reached the same conclusion. First, the public concerns. I already read all that. Okay. The time was of the essence. The girl's life may have been at stake. Second, the roadblock clearly advanced the public interest of informing people in the area about the girl's disappearance and asking them about anything suspicious they may have seen. The police set up roadblocks surrounding the immediate vicinity of the apartment where Jamie lived. They were deployed around the same time of the day that Jamie had disappeared, on the belief that many local motorists tend to travel the same routes around the same time each day. Finally, the interference with the individual liberties occasioned uh, by the roadblock was minimal. The plan contemplated no vehicle searches and record officers and the record officers no evidence that any motorist was seriously inconvenienced. So they weren't allowed to search a vehicle or anything like that, and they would had to have had like some serious like reason, like um, suspicion to search a person's vehicle, like the smell of a dead body, or unless that person said that that body was in there. And again, they would have to have been read the Miranda rights previous to that search. Appellant makes several inconsistent arguments about the roadblocks. On the one hand, he claims that the procedures used to implement it did not sufficiently limit it to the officer's discretion. He relies on our analysis by looking bill, which involved a roadblock which was set up entirely different purpose, checking driver's licenses, which I mentioned earlier. We held in the looking book that the public safety roadblocks should be rationally related to their state's purpose, should be carried out according to the guidelines that limit the officer's discretion and treat all motorists equally, and should strive to minimize the invasion of motorist privacy. The applicant concedes that the officers in this case were following FBI guidelines but complains that those guidelines were not restrictive enough. Yet he does not point out any particular duration during which the agents encountered with him or with any other motorist for that matter. So if he would have like, let me start that. So if he would have came across a situation where he was treated different than another motorist, then he might have got away with this. Just saying. Had he found that out, like then it would have been considered unfair, harassing, and unnecessary by the stated objective. The applicant then acknowledges that the roadblocks in this case had been for a different purpose than the one in Looking Bill. Nevertheless, he claims that the roadblock falls under the criteria considered by Brown and Linster, and he argues that it was unreasonable to set up roadblocks around the area where Jamie lived and was last seen because the police had no idea if she was still there. Well, maybe somebody that was coming home that day could have said, "Oh, well, I saw her get in a truck." You know, that doesn't make no sense. But, their job is to argue so people get off doing dumb stuff. I hope I'm not missing too much of chat. I love you guys. Okay, with no other information about the girl's whereabouts, it was entirely reasonable for the police to inquire to those to whom might have seen her leaving that's what I just said, was leaving the area or when she was last seen. Number 19, after arguing that the roadblock was logical and logistically and unreasonable shot in the dark, Affluent then claims that claims the opposite, that it was really a subterfuge designed to trap him in particular. And that's what I meant when he had, in his own mind, come to the conclusion that they had already sought him out and was trying to catch him. He suggests to the police that they already suspected him of involvement in Jamie's disappearance, but they lacked probable cause to arrest him. Police had attempted to question the appellant a day or so before because the neighbors had reported he claimed to have been the last person to see Jamie alive. Yet there was no indication of that at the time that the roadblock was implemented. Applicant was considered anything but potential witness to a crime. There was no indication that the appellant was going to attempt to flee the area, or the police thought as much. More fundamentally, the applicant cites no authority for his trying it institutionalized, that it is unreasonable for the police to deploy information gathering roadblocks if they happen to have some leads. So um, that was their main goal, was to get the leads to locate her. And it just happened that he had a guilty conscience for sure, or he wouldn't have been trying to use this as an excuse. Nuclear. I'm so sorry, you guys. I know I have a really raspy voice today. Please forgive me. But not in your wildest dream, brother Ryan. Aw. Do you have a bunch of little elves like Santa's working to help you support? What did I miss? Oh, Blood Dragon. It's good to see everyone here. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Kaylee, for coming up. Man, I should have got some salt water. Okay, so we're going to move on to, do you have any questions about that at all, Kaylee? Of why he thought that there was an issue with the roadblock? No?
Sorry,
Okay.
no questions. I thought I was that was confusion. I'm unmuted on my phone, but I'm muted on my microphone or my headset.
Mm, it's all right.
I'm just like, that was rude. Like,
So that was his reasoning, was he was like, he wanted the jury to believe that they had suspicion of him previous to anything happening, and that the roadblock was put up initially just to catch him.
that's what he did. I mean, that's not true, right?
No, they had no idea. It
Yeah,
was
because
his
she was still
statement.
missing at that point, right?
Correct.
They're just right. Gotcha. So they're just looking for her, right?
Correct. It was his initial statements to law enforcement saying that's not what she was wearing that day. And they were like, well,
How would you know?
how would you know what
Right.
she was wearing that day? Exactly.
Yeah, his guilty conscience got the better of him.
Yeah. Yeah. They hadn't even found her body yet. And he was like, oh, you might as well just take me now because she's in there. I
Yeah.
don't know why. In my brain, I can't think of why he would be like, yeah, go ahead and search my apartment, unless he thought that it was a bluff.
Yeah, or why he would say, correct them on what she was wearing. Like that's almost like
That's like a dead
super,
giveaway.
yeah, and it's super narcissistic, like almost like he couldn't, the fact that they were wrong and he had the correct information, like he had to put them in their place. Like, why would you not just not say anything?
Yeah. I would have just gone with the flow. I mean, I don't have a criminal mind, but I've read enough about it. I
It's
would
almost
have
like
been
he
like,
wanted to get caught.
almost like he was, you're right, like he was proud of it.
Yeah, like he not yeah, like not so much get arrested, but like he didn't want somebody else getting credit for what he had done, that type of vibe. Like this is my work, almost like the whole Kohlberger situation.
Mm-hmm.
Super weird.
We're going back to that one too.
Oh yeah, good. I have a lot to say about that whole tearing the house down. I'm like, it just
I
blown
don't know.
away.
Do you know that who that house is owned by?
The university.
But do you know who?
As far as I know, just the university. It's like a dorm house. Like that's I watched them as they tear it down, and that's the reason why was because it's like a dark shadow casted on the school for the students, and they just want to move on. Well, maybe after the fucking trial, like, and the reason why they don't think it's a big deal is because they have digitally, uh, they collected all the evidence to where it can be digitally recreated if needed in the trial. Like, what are you in the Alex Murdoch trial? They physically took the jury to the crime scene. Like, what if the jury wanted to do that here? Well, guess what? It got bulldozed. Like, what? It's unheard of. It just seemed really odd that the prosecution was okay with it and pushed for it too. Super weird.
The owner of the house
Is
is like the
I
dean who used to live there.
what?
Not only that, but he could see that house from his house. It was down the hill. His house was up here. That house was down here.
Huh? Any ties to him and Kohlberger?
I think that's what they're looking into.
Because keep in mind, like he did work for a university, uh, like not far from there. I mean, it was over the state lines, but who's to say that they weren't colleagues of some sort?
Well, remember him and Koberger, that's where he was doing his,
Internship, right?
it had
No, no,
something
no.
it had something
I
to do with, hold on. If you haven't watched him yet, I believe it's let me go to YouTube real quick. Let me see if I
no, I
can
haven't really followed the case much until I seen all this flack about
Circus.
the house being teared down, and then it kind of wrapped me into it all over again.
Have you heard of Circus?
Circ.
Mm, oh, hold on. I need to change my who I'm on. Hold on one second. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Crime Crazy. That's not it. That's clowns. It's called Circus something. Crime Circus.
Crime Circus. It's a true crime channel, I'm assuming.
And he has like this weird little mask thing on,
Like,
but he brings it up. Hold on. Let me go to the Kohlberger case. Very intriguing.
very weird.
Videos.
Do you remember the reading you did on it?
I know that was great. That was so freaking
It
great.
was it still freaks me out as this stuff unfolds. Like,
Mm,
dude, what the heck?
that's not. Let's see. Let's go back a little bit more. I would suggest. I'm going to put his link in chat for anyone that does want to check his channel out. I'm not friends with this person in any type of way. Copy, paste. I do not know this person. I'm not in any type of way or anything. Not, I'm not friends. I just watch their channel occasionally because he does cover the Colbert case. At any rate, if you go through his videos, I'd say it's probably been about a month or so ago. He discussed who owns the house. and the fact that the person that owns the house can see from their home that house. And I believe it's like the dean. Um, yeah. But I did drop it in the chat. So go ahead, check them out. True crime channels. I know a lot of you do a lot of true crime. Check it out. Okay, let me get back to where I was at. I'm getting off topic. Okay, so this is the applicant's initial statements and consent to search the apartment. That's the section we're going over. Okay. So this is the applicant's statements and consent to search the apartment. Next, the applicant claims that the evidence followed as directed consequence of the roadblock encounters should be suppressed as the fruit of the poisonous tree. He claims that he was effectively under arrest the entire time because he was not truly free to leave and therefore should not have been advised or should have been advised of his rights to remain silent before any questions were asked of him. Remember, that's what I said. As soon as he was offered to travel with law enforcement to the station to give his statement, he should have at that time said, this is voluntary, but you have the right to remain silent if whatever, his Miranda rights at that time. So then the law enforcement, their statements or any information that was given to them would have been protected under that clause. Does that make sense? Okay. We have concluded that the roadblocks itself did not create an illegal seizure to determine whether the applicant was under arrest at the time or any time afterward. We consider how a reasonable man in a suspect's position would have understood the situation. At the suppression hearing, the agent Overby testified. Go ahead. Lana and the truth and transparency as the documents. Web. Hold on, let me pull that up. Lana at Truth and Transparency has the documents. Oh, yeah. Webcams, police cams, everything she has. Those are physical documents, nothing made up. Awesomeness. Awesome. Thank you, IYQ2. My case in the last 3 years. Now, Pinky, you need to look at all the links to the 4 or 5 cases in the last 3 years. It's insane. Wow. Okay. So at the suppression hearing, Agent Overby testified that the applicant volunteered to answer the questions at the roadblock and volunteered to go to the police station. And once there, agreed to let Overby search his apartment, but he should have already been read his Miranda rights just in case. I'm just saying that protects the case that they're doing at the time. Applicant presented no evidence to the contrary. The district court did not err on concluding that the applicant encountered with the police. For that time, he met them at the roadblock. He was placed under arrest at his apartment, was consensual. That's because he said, arrest me now. Just take me now. Remember? Applicant alternatively argues that even if, okay, so this is section C, applicant's initial confession and the rescue doctrine. Applicant alternatively argues that even if he was not under arrest when he accompanied the police on the search of his apartment, he was not free to leave. Once Agent Overby opened the tub, he saw the girls' clothes inside, which would have given them suspicion, probable cause to even get a judge to sign a warrant. So, with that being said, there was evidence of the girl's clothes there, which would have given him probable cause. So, if he would have even denied any further search, they would have still been able to go get a search warrant. Affluent focuses on the brief period of time between Overby's discovery and Affluent's formal arrest. When Overby saw the clothing, Affluent suddenly exclaimed, "Go ahead and arrest me." Overby asked, "Where is she?" And Affluent replied, "She is in there. I hit her, chopped her up." Affluent claims that once Overby saw incriminating evidence in the tub, he was surely no longer free to leave and thus effectively under arrest. Therefore, Overby questioned, "Where is she?" amounted to custodial interrogation without the Miranda rights. So, soon as he said he was in there, at that point is when the agent should have said, "Okay, you have the right to remain," did his Miranda rights. "You have the right to remain silent." Um, and let him talk afterwards. Because in all of this whole section would never even came up in court. He wouldn't have been able to argue it at all. Okay. He was no longer free. Okay, effectively under arrest. Therefore, Oberly questioned, "Where is she?" He should not have asked that until he did the Miranda rights. Does that make sense, Kaylee? It had amounted to custodial interrogation without the Miranda rights, and Applicant's incriminating answer should have been suppressed. The district court concluded that under the rescue doctrine, Overby's question was not tantamount to custodial interrogation. The rescue doctrine is a recognition that um, exists of some situations, such as imminent need to save a human life. Should forgive at least one delay, strict compliance with the Miranda rights. It is natural and logical extension of the police safety exception to the Miranda rule, recognizing that the United States Supreme Court, New York versus Quarles. We recently discussed, adopted, and applied the rescue doctrine in Jackson versus State in 2006. In deciding whether an exchange between the police and the citizens fall under this doctrine, courts generally consider the apparent urgency of the situation, the potential for saving a person in danger, and the motivations of the officers involved. Applicant argues that the rescue doctrine should not apply in this case and focuses on Overby's possible motivation for asking the question. He should never have asked the question without giving his Miranda rights. Applicant supposes that Overby opened the tub and saw the girl's shirt on the top. He must have known that Jamie's lifeless body was beneath. We disagree. Jamie Boland had disappeared without a trace. No one had any hint of her whereabouts or conditions. Suddenly, Agent Overby was confronted with the evidence that the appellant might have been involved in her disappearance, during in which earlier discussion, um, Affluent had told Overby with Jamie what Jamie was wearing on the day of her disappearance, and went as far as to say that the media reports uh, the clothes that she was wearing was wrong. When Overby opened the container, he saw the clothing that matched the description that the appellant had given, and the urgency was dire. The young girl had been missing for 2 days. The exchange lasted for a few seconds. The very words of Overby used was, "Where is she?" rather than, "Is she in there?" Are you telling, also, are you telling under the circumstances Overby's spontaneous and general query of Jamie's whereabouts was entirely reasonable and aimed to saving the girl's life, was not calculated by building a case against the applicant? Does all that make sense? Sorry, I know my voice is all jacked up. Pissed off Patty. So good to see you, hon. How are you doing, pissed off Patty? Oh my goodness. I swear I'm getting laryngitis. Oh my. My. Brother Ryan, thank you for staying in, hanging out. So the container that he saw, the clothing matched the description. Um, the urgency and the dire of the young girl that had been missing for 2 days. The exchange only lasted for a few seconds. The whereabouts were entirely reasonable and was aimed at saving the girl's life, not calculated to building a case against the app. Sorry, I'm taking notes still. The trial court did not err on the concluding that the applicant's initial confession of murder was admissible. So, Section D, applicant's consent to search after invoking his rights to counsel. Oh, thank you, Ryan. You're such a doll. Mm. Your other favorite person's up here, Ryan, Miss Kaylee. Kaylee, say hi. I'm pissed. The line is quarter mile long and I need to take it. Oh, Patty, behave yourself, please. Okay. So section D, I-25, applicant next challenges the officer's authority to continue searching his apartment after his arrest. It appears that the record of the form uh, from the time that the app was arrested, which was around 5:30 p.m., until the search warrant was obtained about 10:30 p.m. So it took about 5 hours for them to get the search warrant together. Police limited their search of the applicant's apartment to briefly confirming his claim that Jamie's body was inside the plastic tub. When the police attempted to interview the applicant after he was taken into custody, he invoked his right to counsel. And at that point, all questioning should have ceased, period. No questions asked whatsoever. If questions were to be asked after that point, then he would have to sign a document stating that he's revoking his rights to counsel, not invoking them. Okay, questioning ceased, but short time later, the police asked him to reaffirm in writing his consent to the apartment search. Now, he shouldn't have been able to say yes or no before I read any more of this document, and it's probably going to answer the question. At that point, they should not have done that until he's had a chance to speak with counsel, because then the counsel would have said no. You know what I mean? So it says he did not, and it appears that the officer's brief reentry into the apartment did not take place until after the written consent was relayed to them. The district court found that the written consent to be invalid given the applicant invocation of his Miranda rights. And that's exactly what I just said. It was nice to have you stop by. Thank you, pissed off Patty. Oh my goodness. Nevertheless, the court found no legal or fractional reasons to conclude the applicant prior verbal consent to the search of his apartment after if was ever revoked. And that's what I'm saying. Like once he invoked his Miranda rights, he would have to sign off consent to have it revoked to give back the chain of custody to law enforcement. Applicants that once the suspect had been taken into custody, or at least by the time he invokes his rights to silence and counsel, any consent to search his premises that may have been previously given is exhausted. Applicant cites no authority for this position. We believe that this argument confesses the rights to guarantee by the Fourth Amendment for those who guarantee by the Fifth Amendment and Miranda rule. This is the United States versus Mendez. Homeowner's consent to search of his house was not automatically withdrawn when police arrested him and read his Miranda rights. The fact that Mr. Mitchell was placed under arrest sometime after the first consent does not work as an automatic withdrawal of the consent previously given. Okay, so alleged faults of, oh, there she is. Did I freeze? I don't know. Am I frozen? No. I don't know where Missy is. Okay. Hold on, you guys. I got to cough. I don't know what. There's a frog in my throat. I think there's a frog leg in Inky's throat. I don't know how it got there. I'm just saying. I think there's one in there. Haha. Inky made it funny. Okay. So this is section E27, alleged faults in the search warrant affidavit. As noted, a full-scale search of the applicant's apartment was not undertaken until several hours after his arrest. Once the police obtained the search warrant, applicant complains that the officer seeking the warrant did not inform the magistrate that he had declined to be questioned after the arrest. So, like I said, once he said, I want an attorney, everything is off the table. They can't question him for anything else anymore. For those of you that are in our, hold on, I turn down the heat. So remember that when we're playing, if one of us, oh nope, I want my Miranda rights and I want to speak with an attorney, all questioning is off. It could mess up the case at the judge. Okay. Inky's off her soapbox. I don't know how that frog leg got in there. Jeez. Okay, so applicant claims that the omission evince a reckless disregard for the truth and should invalidate the warrant itself, which makes sense. Now, I'm not saying that this guy is in the right, like he shouldn't be convicted. But what I'm saying is, like, when they're not following rules and proper procedure, things like this come about. And could you imagine if he would have got off on this case and wouldn't have got like the sentencing that he got? You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. So applicant claims that these admissions is in reckless disregard for the truth and should invalidate the warrant itself. Evidence should be suppressed if obtained pursuant the search warrant predicated on statements that were materially false and which were made with knowledge of their falsity in their reckless disregard for the truth. Section number 28. When police seek the issuance of a search warrant, the magistrate tasks to determine from the information presented whether there is probable cause to believe that the evidence and criminal activity is present at the place to be searched. Affluent does not explain how his refusal to answer the question or whether he had reaffirmed his prior consent to the search. He had bearing on probable cause determination. See Jones versus State, 2006, Oklahoma CR 526-27. I know, isn't that funny, Newman? A little frog leg in there. Okay. State 2000, already read that. Okay. The validity of the warrant search the homes of defendant parents for evidence and the defendant's parents for evidence defendant was thought to have hidden there was not affected by information not presented to the magistrate suggesting that the defendant was presently not at home. Two facts, simple facts. Agent Overby, his observation in the appellant's closet and the applicant's simultaneously confession to murder clearly supported the issuance of the search warrant. I-29, the fact in search of the apartment was independently justified through the appellant's verbal consent, which, as explained above, was never withdrawn. The fact the police ultimately sought judicial approval for continuing the search is commendable, but ultimately unnecessarily under the circumstances. See Ball versus State. We will not pass upon the amounts of hypothetical challenge to search warrants that was unnecessary. The trial court did not err in concluding the searching of the appellant's apartment was lawful. Section F, appellant's record confession. I-30, appellant contends that his incriminating statements to agents Overby and Maggs on the night of April 14th, 2006 must have been suppressed because there were involuntarily made. In the interview, the appellant detailed how and why he murdered Jamie Boland. A video recording of the interview and printed transcription for convenience were presented to the jury in guilt phase of the appellant's trial. Once the suspect was in custody, has been asserted, and his right to speak only through counsel, all attempts at interrogation must cease. Per your Miranda rights at 384 United States at 473-74. 86 statute citing at 1627-28. A suspect can, however, change his mind and have invoking his Miranda rights, and burden rests on the state to demonstrate that the suspect change of his mind was voluntary and intelligent choice. A suspect's custodial statements were not and are not voluntary if they are a product of coercion, including promises of leniency or other benefits. The appellant conceded that after his original invocation of the Miranda rights, he reinitiated contact with the police, but claims that his actions must be viewed in context. He points out that the hours between invoking his rights to silence and changing his mind, he conversed with several officers, and remember what the officer said. It would be better for you guys to, it would be better for him to work with law enforcement. Okay. He conversed with several officers in the police lieutenant's office and made incriminating statements to them. He also points out, despite the initial request for a lawyer, none was provided to him during that time, which that's something that they should have stayed on top of, is, making sure that he had ready access to any lawyer that they had that was on shift on call that day. He points out that despite the initial request for lawyer, that none was provided to him during that time. Flint noted that the agent Overby asked him if he had been offered anything in exchange for his cooperation. Applicant commented to the one officer that he had been told it would be better for him to cooperate. That is part of coercion. They should not have done that either. The identity of the officer was never determined. None of the many officers that testified at the suppression hearing admitted to making that statement. Of course, they're not. They're going to be like, I don't know who did that. I wasn't there. Or knowing who did. The trial court concluded that, and you know what, he could have made it up too, but I highly doubt it. Or knowing who did. The trial court concluded that under the totality of the circumstances, the affluent decision to talk to Overby and Maggs was voluntary. Hi, Kenny Hines. Welcome in, hun. This is I am ending the Kevin Underwood case. Well, I'm not ending it. I'm just doing the final documents of this case. You're welcome to come up, Kenny, if you like. Excuse me. Sorry, Inky has like a scratchy throat today. So we're going over the final documents so then I can move on to another case until we have a new execution date. But you're welcome to come up if you like. There you go. The trial court's conclusions are supported by the record. Whether the suspect's statements to the police were voluntary or legal sense depends on the evaluation of the surrounding circumstances, including the characteristics of the accused and the details of the interrogation. The ultimate inquiry is whether the confession is a product of an essentially free and unconstrained choice by its maker, or was it like he was coerced into do it. At the suppression hearing, OSBI agent Linda Williams, testified that while the officers were preparing an affidavit for search warrant, word was received that the applicant wanted to talk to Williams and went into the room where the applicant was being held and asked him to clarify his desires, explaining that because he had previously asked for a lawyer, that they were not allowed to talk to him anymore. According to Williams, the applicant replied empathetically, "But I want to talk," and indicated his preference to speak to agents Overby and Maggs, who had accompanied him to his apartment earlier that day. The unrefuted evidence showed that the applicant voluntarily reinitiated contact with the police in the subject of his detention, the murder of Jamie Boland. The video recording of the ensuing interview is the greatest benefit in determining the voluntariness of the applicant's decision. It is too supports the trial's court's conclusions. While the applicant noted during the interview that some had commented it might be better for him to cooperate, the tone of his voice does not suggest he interpreted the comment as any other type of promise. Mere extortions or cooperations to tell the truth, not accompanied by any threat or promise not to render any confession involuntarily. Throughout the interview, the applicant appears calm, even eager to talk about the details of the crime. The agents are friendly but ask few questions. Applicant does the vast majority of talking. After about an hour of details, the applicant suddenly becomes too nauseated to continue. The agents seek medical attention for him, and the interview is concluded. Given an unrefuted testimony at the suppression hearing, the particular circumstances of the interview itself, the trial court did not err, including the applicant's interview and the agent by Overby and Maggs was voluntary. In summary, the trial court conducted an extensive hearing on the admissibility of the physical evidence and incriminating statements made by the applicant. The trial court made detailed findings of fact and properly applied the applicable law. We find no error in the trial court's analysis regarding admissibility of the applicant's incriminating statements and the evidence seized from his apartment. Proposition 1 is denied. This is section 2, jury selection issues. So that whole first section was just about how he wanted to argue the fact that his Miranda rights were not read to him at the time that he was pulled over, before he was taken to the station. And then secondly, that it was like he was trying to say that his Miranda rights, after he stated that he wanted to speak with an attorney, that they kept questioning him or got him to talk, and anything that was said during that time period should be revoked. Okay. So on to the jury selection issues. We only have 50 pages left, guys. We're doing good. In Proposition 2, applicant claims that the trial court erred on refusing to excuse 3 prospective jurors for cause, and that he was forced to use promptory challenges provided by the state to be used in the party's discretion. To cure these mistakes, applicant timely challenged the ability to each of these 3 panelists to be impartial and renewed his challenges at the conclusion of the voir dire. After using promptory challenges to remove these panelists, he identified 3 other panelists and explained why they were too unacceptable to him. And I believe these challenges had to do with, did they accept the death penalty or not? Silent Dragon! Welcome back, darling. I think Kaylee might be cruising the streets right now, but she'll be back. Oh, she hopped down. And Inky's up all by herself. It's okay. The applicant complained that he had thus had been preserved for his appellate review. The defendant is entitled to be tried by jurors who can approach the facts of the case impartially and who can decide the issues before them based on the evidence presented to the court. Additionally, the defendant charged with capital crime is entitled to jurors who can give a fair consideration to all available punishments. That's not just the death penalty. That could be life in prison, that could be like prison of so many years, or the death penalty. And his basic complaint here was that I believe before I read further that he was worried that the jurors were too pro death penalty by lethal injection. Let me see if I can put some, um, maybe I'll see if I could put some little music on in the background so it's not so quiet. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There, I hope that's not too loud. Okay. So the defendant is entitled to be tried by jurors who can approach the facts of the case impartially and who can decide the issues before based on the evidence presented to them in court. The selection of jurors involved many subtle observations that the trial courts have broad discretion when considering a request to excuse jurors for cause. When reviewing such claims, we consider the entire record of the panelists, not just the isolated answers. The first panelist applicant complains about the panelist S. Applicant claims that S would not fairly consider any penalty other than the death. We disagree. The trial court permitted juror questionnaires prior to trial. Counsel possessed important information about each prospective juror before proceedings began. Even more importantly, the court permitted individual death qualifications to determine which panelists could give fair consideration to all punishment options. During that process, each panelist was able to speak to the court and counsel with much candor as possible. Affluent contends that panelist S, I'll just say juror S, okay, was unqualified to sit because she had been preconceived notions about the death being the appropriate punishment for the intention of murder. Panelist S comprises about 20 pages of transcripts. Each cites an isolated answers from the exchange, which tend to show that S as initials prediction for the death penalty in cases of intentional homicide. However, it concedes that S was reminded that any decision on punishment would be guided by the court's legal instruction. She was confident that she would follow those rules, even if it was resulted in a sentence other than death. To be qualified to sit on a capital jury, the panelists must be invoked. Welcome up.
Howdy, howdy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome up, Newman Gaming.
I'm here. I'm here.
Sorry, my voice is kind of scratchy today.
Frog legs are always around. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, there's a frog leg in there. I think he forgot to shave.
Oh boy.
We got to get the frog legs waxed.
We'll make sure we find that frog and tell him.
Okay. So do you have any questions or?
No, I just been listening while I was in VC with the guys there, but I can't say what I want to say on stream, so I'm just gonna listen. And if you got any questions for me, I'll jump in. Cause yeah, that guy's a piece of work.
So I was telling Kaylee about the game.
Yep.
And she's like, really? And I was like, yeah. I go, maybe you could come up and explain later because I think that would be good for her. She would learn more legal terminology and how things work.
Right. I'm
She's into
sorry I
that kind
couldn't
of
get
stuff.
in there as soon as I could. I was trying, but I tell you what, I haven't talked to Fester in like days, so we kind of got stuck in some flight sim, and yeah, we
It's
kind of
okay.
went up in the blue yonder.
I'm sure she's still bebopping around.
Nice. Yeah, I can fill her in as soon as she jumps back in or whatever.
Okay. That sounds good. I don't know how serious she'd be able to stay though. I know that's all up on her. I don't know.
Right.
But she would be a great uh ornery civilian. I think
She's kind of got that personality, don't she? She could probably like say, okay, I'm gonna push them to the limit. And honestly, I think that would benefit on the LEO side because a lot of them don't really push them to the limit. I think I'm the one that goes to the extreme when I go Civ. Everybody else is like more calm, laid back, and not me. I'm more of aggressive and aggravation and destruction. So, yeah, it'd be good to have somebody else in there for a change. That's not me being a nuisance.
I'm not sure if Silent Dragon said that he was going to hop up here, but I believe I can have like 8 or 10. So if he wants to come up, he can come up.
Well, that'd be great. Now, look, we're not doing no singing in here, okay? We're gonna because Newman don't sing publicly, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think I could sing if I wanted to.
I can't.
Mountain Girl says that's a good way to explain Kaylee.
Right.
I think she would be good at being diverse is what I mean. Like
Mm-hmm.
she has that spunk about her that she would be able to be like, "You're not arresting me. I don't know what you're talking about."
Right.
You
More to
know?
catch resistant. Yeah.
Yeah. Where I'm
Hmm.
more vanilla. I
I
mean,
don't.
I can be ornery, but I am more vanilla.
I don't know what I am. I'm a terror within the community as a Civ. Well, at least I have one, two, three, four at the most that are they're crazy, and then one's he's just docile. He's calm, cool, collected. You know, tries to take care of the city instead of tear it up. So yeah, it's amazing. And he said he's with Fester, and then we kind of switched places. I think. Yeah. So
Mm,
he's over there with the family right at the moment.
awesome. Well, tell him I said hi.
Wow. He's in the chat.
I'll be over there visiting if y'all are still on. Mountain Girl, how come you don't have a coat? It's cold outside. Let's get you a coat real quick. I hope I haven't missed anyone else. IYQ2 needs a coat. I'm slacking. I wasn't looking at my device. Gutter Pub. Sorry, darling. I didn't mean to miss you. Much love to you. I think I got everybody now. Snooks. There's your coat. Snooks. I don't know why I pronounced it that way earlier. Snooks. And too much reading for me. Too much talking, I think is what it is. No
Okay.
comment.
No comment this time. Okay.
There's no comment at this time, sir. Okay, moving on. All jokes aside, I got to kind of lighten up the mood because this is a really, really heavy topic, and it's a lot of verbiage being explained. He said, Simon says, "No, I'm not in there now. I was just now able to put my headphones on."
All right, buddy. Okay.
I know, Mountain Girl, you guys were freezing. I had to put some coats on you guys. You guys got little jackets now. Okay. But we're down to only 50 pages left, so that's good.
In the bag. You got it.
Thank you, Mountain Girl. I appreciate it. Thank you for the woo. Yeah. It's heavy. Even for little Inky. Okay. All seriousness aside. Okay. Back off. Okay. To be qualified to sit on a capital jury, the panelist must be unequivocal in her willingness to be fair and consider all punishments options as the law requires. But just as the defendant is entitled to jurors who are completely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the crime, they too, so too, the law does not require jurors in a capital case to come to the process with complete indifference about the death penalty. It is inconceivable that the citizens called for jury duty could come to court without some general opinions about capital punishment. And basically, that's just explaining like what the laws are surrounding certain types of punishments for certain types of crimes. Just one second. Okay. Sorry, had to handle some personal stuff. It is inconceivable for citizens called for jury duty to come to a court without some general opinions about capital punishment. Okay. And it is unfair to fault such panelists for giving honest answers when asked to provide factors that might warrant that penalty. Panelists must maintain that she could follow the law punishment, even in the case involving intentional murder of a young girl. She stated that she would weigh the defendant's history, past conduct, and other factors that are deciding the appropriate sentence. The trial court did not abuse its discretion in refusing to remove panelist S for cause. Appellant next claims that panelist B. So we've gone through panelist S, and now we're going into panelist B. So panelist S issues were, they were trying to invalidate that if she would be fair, basically, out of all that lingo. Now, panelist B should be removed for the cause of because her feelings about the death penalty and because B's own mother had been a victim of intentional homicide over 40 years earlier. So they're saying that basically she already has a predisposition on how that should have been handled, or you could use the term conflict of interest. Correct, Mr. Newman?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So it says, I really don't think that one has anything to do with the other. Several times, when pressed about the predispositions, she might have be qualified her answers in her statements like, I don't know the facts yet, which is good, but she probably already did, subconsciously have predisposition over it. Doesn't mean she answered honestly, I guess, is what they're
Right.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
I can skip over that. Okay. Finally, the appellant claims panelist T. So now we're moving on to T. Should have been removed for cause of actual bias. During the individual voir dire, T admitted that when he first heard about the murder of Jamie Boland, his gut reaction was that he would like to get his hands on that person who committed it. Panelist T had 2 children about the same age as the victim and said that he has become more protective over them after the hearing of this case. Sorry, I had to cough. The appellant's complaint centers that not on T's feelings about the death penalty in general, but that T alleges bias against the perpetrator of this crime, particularly on the issue of punishment. We do not read T's initial reaction to the news about the murder having been anything to do with the death penalty. He did not proclaim that whoever committed the crime should automatically be put to death. Rather, T's admission was that his gut reaction was the desire to get his hands on that perpetrator. He didn't say anything about the death penalty.
Right.
In other words, he wanted to handle it on his own.
Mm-hmm. Normal response, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean,
You know.
you would think that would be someone's typical response to,
Right.
especially if they have children.
Well, this is true. I mean, a lot of people would be like, "Where is he? I want to get him."
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Section 44. in section 2, subsection 44 in section 2. In summary, the applicant identified 3 panelists that were believed to be removed for the cause based on their feelings about the death penalty. We have examined the record of all 3 and concluded that the trial court did not abuse its discretion in refusing to remove any of them. I think all of them were fair. I don't see anything, because I did read the questions that they had to answer, and I mean, they didn't specify anything directly. They could have omitted their emotion part of it, not the logic part of it.
Right. Okay.
So now we have moved on to section 3. We have 40 pages left. Admissibility of certain physical evidence. This is probably good information for the game, just saying.
I'm listening.
Salute, Miss Pinky, Blood Boxing. Good to see you. Welcome in. And chat, I'm sorry if I don't keep up with them. Keep up with you guys. I'm trying. Inky's been a little under the weather. So section 45, or subsection 45 under section 3. In proposition 3, appellant claims that he was denied a fair trial by introduction of irrelevant and highly inflammatory evidence, specifically an excessive number of postmortem photographs of the victim, a single postmortem photograph of the victim, and 3 various items of physical evidence seized from the appellant's apartment. Appellant objected to all of the evidence filing and in the general motion, which I also read previously, and the timely making objections when the evidence was actually offered. We review the trial court's decision to admit or exclude evidence for an abuse of discretion. That was all there was to that one.
Wow.
He didn't want the jurors to see the photographs because they were gruesome.
Well, sure there were.
You know, like, he wanted to be convicted of a crime, but without the jury knowing what that baby looked like, or you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah,
It's pitiful.
it's easy. I won't say it's easy, but it's easy to say, hey, A, B, and C happened, but if you don't have what it physically looks like in front of you,
The response is different.
the response is different.
Correct.
Exactly. It doesn't get that gut wrenching, like, we gotta do something. Right?
Well, you can say one thing, but without seeing the severity of the incident, you're going to feel 2 different ways. So, if you want a jury to convict on a harder punishment for a harder crime, they need to see the physical evidence.
Correct.
You know?
Correct. Correctamundo. Okay, so now this is again subsection A. So this is addition 2. So this is section 3, addition 2A, subsection 46. Postmortem photographs of the victim. Prior to the testimony of the medical examiner, the state offered into evidence several photographs of Jamie Boland's body. The trial court was keenly aware of the shocking nature of the photographs, but it was not required to exclude them on the basis alone. The court carefully considered the photographs in camera hearings and questioned the state as to the relevance and the necessity of them. The state withdrew some photographs, and the court excluded others. Certain photographs were admitted as court exhibits only and an aid to the medical examiner in her testimony. Yeah, because how is the medical examiner supposed to give her testimony without being able to explain, the head was severed to, certain sections, so he had to get to a certain part. You know what I mean?
Right. He's got to be able to identify the severity of the injuries.
Wounds, yeah.
You know.
But okay, so to the medical examiner, her testimony, but were not displayed to the jury. So it was basically just to the judge and the lawyers, but not physically given to the jury to see on screen. Due to the gruesome nature of the photographs, the court determined that those which would be published to the jury would not be displayed on the video monitor, which had been used for other exhibits. Subsection 47. In the end, the court admitted fewer than half dozen photographs of Jamie of Jamie's body, depicting that the condition in which it was initially discovered and the neck wound. I knew they were going to go for the neck wound. Discovered the neck
Mhm.
wound and the fingernail marks on her face, which corroborated with the appellant's claims of how he killed her. And the state was not obligated to downplay the shocking nature of the crime. And that's exactly it. It's not the state's job to downplay it. It would be the defendant saying, "Oh, it wasn't that bad."
Mhm. Right.
Where the state steps in and says, "Yeah, it was. This is what she looked like."
Just sets up for an argument amongst the defendant person, the prosecutor, and of course what the ME states in the preliminary report. So there you go again.
Exactly. Because how he explained it was that he had tried to suffocate her 3 times before, no, 2 times
Hmm.
previous, and she was clawing at his hands, so she would scratch her face, um, and then she would be able to get a little bit of oxygen, and then she would come back to,
Right.
like she would, God would give her that grace of coming back to, and then he did it again, and on the third try, he actually duct taped the nose and mouth so that she would be unable to actually ever get any more oxygen back in to be able to come back to.
Hmm. Pitiful.
I know. No. Okay. Evidence is not objectionable simply because it is prejudicial, but only if it is substantially and unfairly so. The photographs were indeed gruesome, but they accurately depicted the injuries that the appellant admitted to inflicting to the victim. So none of the photographs said he did this that wasn't already in um, what his statement was. It was just to back up what he said.
It cooperated what he stated. Yes.
Yes. They were not needlessly cumulative to one another, and the trial court did not abuse the discretion in admitting them. Subsection B, 48. Postmortem photographs of the victim. Over Affleck's objection to the trial court admitting a single school portrait of Jamie Boland during the guilt phase of the trial, the appellant claims, as he did at trial, that this photograph was not relevant to any material use other than look at this happy little girl that is no longer a happy little girl anymore.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's another question. Questions in my mind, like why would he? He didn't want to see her happy anymore. You know what I mean? He didn't want to
Right.
remember that he did that. That's all it is.
Demented. I, I don't know what words you could express for his self thinking and doing of this. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's
I
a
know
shame. It's a shame.
it is truly.
And this is not just this case. It's all over the world. It's a daily thing. Yeah, it's just it's pathetic. How does people like that live? God only knows.
No idea. So moving forward, applicant claims that he did, as he did at trial, that the photographs was not relevant to any material use, and that because of the guilt stage, it was incorporated into the sentencing stage. It injected passion and prejudice into the jury's verdict and punishment. We have rejected similar claims in the past. The evidence code permits the introduction of appropriate photographs of a homicide victim to show the general appearance and condition of the victim while alive. Exactly.
Hmm.
Okay. As we have repeatedly held, because of this provision requires the photographs to be appropriate to its purpose, the trial court must still consider whether any preferred photographs is so unfairly prejudicial or prejudicial
Right.
that it should be excluded. The trial court did not abuse its discretion in admitting a single photograph in the guilt stage of the trial, and considering the totality of the evidence offered at the sentencing, we cannot say its admission denied appellant a fair sentencing proceeding. Section C, items seized from the appellant's apartment. Subsection 49. Go ahead.
Second.
I said go ahead. I'm just trying to breathe and drink in between talking.
I understand. I'm just I'm agreeing with what you're reading. My thoughts on it, I'd rather keep to myself because I don't want to say it on a live stream what I would do to him. You know.
I'm sure a lot of people have the same thought process.
Right. I mean, it's like I say, there wouldn't be a rock or there wouldn't be a mountain that I wouldn't climb or look under. So, I mean, anybody with kids that really love their children and someone wants to do something of that nature, it would, they would need Jesus or they're going to meet him, either way. So,
I'm going to put this back up here real quick. Trigger warning.
Right. Trigger warning. Yep.
I'm putting trigger warning back up because we are going to go through the evidence that was seized from, sorry. Seized from Kevin Underwood's apartment.
Ryan says Newman sounds so different. That's when I get on my real kick about what when it comes to stuff like this, I don't talk like Newman in a game.
Right. Well, you just sound serious. You're not, oh, we need Jesus.
Right. Yeah. I get to my serious note.
Well, you understand this a lot better than most.
Right. Right. And of course, when it comes to law enforcement and the judicial system, they have to handle it in a professional manner. They can't say, well, let's go hang them up. I mean, I'm sure they would like to, but I mean, in the same instance, they can't do that. They got to look at the evidence, weigh the evidence, get the right jurors. All this plays a part in the prosecution and then the determination whether it's going to be life imprisonment or if it's going to be, death row. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, what you're reading leads up to everything that's happened to him so far.
Yes, thus far. He says, yes, I know. I bet I heard you in person before, too. It's not bad, just different.
We love you, Ron. We sure do.
I know. He's such a sweetheart.
He is.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go over the items that were seized. I'm putting that trigger warning up there. There may be things that might, like Becky the blow-up doll kind of thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. See, there we go. There we go.
She's still deflated, okay?
Okay, maybe she's deflated. Maybe she was hiding in Kevin's closet.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
So, the appellant also claims that various items of evidence seized from his apartment were irrelevant, like Becky. Okay. Two issues in this case and should not have been admitted. Most of the items were weapons, tools, pornography, and or items of sexual or violent nature. Conceding that the knife that was used to cut Jamie's throat, appellant claims that the admission of other sharp weapons found in his apartment was unnecessary. Well, I'm going to make a comment. I got to mark that spot. Mm-hmm. Because he had strategically placed weapons throughout his apartment, including duct tape, if anybody listened to his confession. It's very, very hard to listen to it unless you have a really strong stomach.
Right.
He had strategically placed weapons and duct tape and different types of things throughout the apartment because he didn't know where he was going to the scene, I'll say, the actual scene would take place, whether it was in the kitchen, the living room, the bedroom, the bathroom, the dining room, whatever. So he had these items strategically placed throughout his home in case it happened in any part of his home. So that's why they retrieved everything they could, because they needed to show that he had he had his predisposition on it. What is the word I'm looking for? Right. Intent. He had intent. Mm-hmm. And he had intent not just in one room, but he had it was pre-planned. Mm-hmm.
And or premeditated, either way you want to say it.
Premeditated. That was the word I was looking for.
Yep.
Okay. So he claims that the jury did not need to see the clothing of the girl that the girl wore on that day that he murdered her. Well, yes, they did because that goes with his story of his claims um, that she wasn't wearing what they thought that she was wearing because dad said she left for school in A and B, but he was like, nope, that's not what she was wearing because I saw her earlier and she was wearing C and D. So
Right.
it goes along with his story. So, yes, they need to show that he was aware. Okay. Or the plastic sheet or the blood soaked towel that he had wrapped her body in. Yes, because they need to see. I would think so. That he went to all that effort.
Right. It's more evidence to build a case. I don't see why they wouldn't, examine that.
Exactly. So the appellant also complains that the materials of sexual or violent nature found in his apartment, sex toys, handcuffs, pornographic videos, and other various perverse images printed on them from the internet only served to humiliate him in front of the jury.
Hmm.
Again, it shows his sexual aggressive nature.
Right.
The affluent objected to many of these items, but not all of them. He claimed that much of this evidence, such as the jar of meat tenderizer, was inadmissible because it illustrated only things that he may have thought of but never did. He had the intent to do, though, because he stated that he was going to eat her.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the court
Fair.
says we disagree. These items were relevant to the affluent's motive and intent. Exactly. They corroborated the detailed confession about his plan to subdue his victim, sexually violate her, and perform other gruesome acts upon her body, and about how this plan had evolved in his mind over the preceding months, which was premeditated, like you said.
Yeah, it's premeditated. There's no other way to look at it.
Mm-hmm. Sexually explicit videos and lubricants were properly admitted to show that the defendant was watching and thinking about this prior to the rape and murder of the infant girl. Of infant girl. See also slaughter versus state. Okay, skip over that. Pieces of evidence tending to show defendant's interest in the occult and unexpected comments about killing and mutilation were properly admitted as they tend to show the defendant's state of mind and how they might have been capable of murder of an infant and mutilating her mother's body. Many of those items were specifically mentioned by Afflet and when he spoke with the police and because it corroborated with the exposed intentions, they were born of his confession. As with the photographs of the victim's body, and the trial court carefully considered each article offered into evidence, excluded some, and placed restrictions of the display of others. The trial court did not abuse the discretion in admitting any of these items.
Okay.
Silent Dragon says, Love, I understand. I've always wanted to be an officer, but never pursued it.
Never too late to try.
Never too late. I know, but I heard you in prison before. Okay, I read that one. Ryan said, same here. Okay. Furthermore, we fail to see the affluent was harmed by admission of this evidence. He claims that offering these items into evidence was overkill because it was just obvious.
Right.
Well, yeah, but if the jury doesn't see, wow, he really did have these things.
Mm-hmm.
They might have been like, yeah, that's just what he said. It doesn't mean that he acted upon getting giant barbecue skewers and meat
Right.
tenderizer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The more physical evidence you have to present in the physical eye of the jury is the better you're going to be within getting that guilty motion and a conviction motion for death penalty versus life. And hearsay, well, technically ain't hearsay if you got it in black and white from the statement from his own stupid mouth. Once you present just, oh well, he said this, da 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 da, and without showing like the skewer in hand, saying this is what he was going to use on her,
Mm-hmm.
it paints that different picture. But this this person right here,
Son of a biscuit.
yeah, shows plenty of pride in what he did. I mean, it wasn't a one night planning process. It seems like this was like a long time of thought and stalking and figuring out a plan, which route she went, when she was going to be home. how to lure her in, and on down from with inside the apartment. I mean, it makes my damn blood boil, like to the point I could, yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Oh, I get you 1,000%. He did take a lot of time, and that's one of the things that he said was that um he had planned for months
Right.
on how he would be able to achieve something like this, but then he was worried about an adult, you know, him not being able to subdue an adult versus him subduing a child.
No, because they'd have probably kicked his ass. You know, straight up. You know, he went after the weakest, which was a child. I mean, a child can't really fight off a human being, an adult. You know,
Right.
and yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, continue.
Okay. So we're in subsection 51 of same, or yeah. Oh wait, I gotta go back to which one I was in. C, subsection 51. Furthermore, we fail to see how affluent, um, affluent. How do I say that?
What is it?
Affluent, affluent. When you appeal, you're an
Uh,
affluent.
yeah, Apple.
Yeah, affluent. Was harmed by the admission of this evidence. He claims that the offering of these items and evidence was overkill because it was obvious from his confession and the testimony of his own experts that he had sexually and mentally disturbed that he was a sexually and mentally disturbed individual. And indeed, the appellant many appellants, many bizarre, violent, and gruesome sexual obsessions were discussed in detail both in his statements to the police, presented in the guilt stage, and the extensive testimony of his mitigation experts.
Mm-hmm. Does it state anywhere, like towards when he was in his? Did they send him to a psychological for an eval? Did they do all this in their court
Yeah,
arraignments?
they did. I don't know when they did it, but I know that they did send him for a psych eval, and they said that because he stated that he had, uh, his stated that he had schizophrenia, but
Okay,
the
well that
state found it as Asperger's.
right. That still don't justify the stupid shit stuff he did. You know. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, no, I enjoy questions.
Okay.
Kind of helps break up the sickness.
Right.
Inky can only handle so much. Okay, I'm trying to be okay. It's hard not to envision it when it's like really
Mm-hmm.
written in grave detail.
Right.
Okay, so yet these are some facts convince us that the introduction of corroborating physical evidence did not unfairly contribute either to the finding of guilt or the assessment of punishment in this case. The evidence of the appellant guilt was overwhelming and essentially uncontested. Yeah, he didn't contest it at all. And while the sexual obsessions arguably show he was a continuing threat to society, the jury rejected the aggravating circumstances before imposing the death sentence. So they said, which is crazy to me, that the jury decided that, just because he has sick sexual, uh, what did I just read? It was overwhelming, essentially uncontested. Oh, while his sexual obsessions arguably show he was a continuing threat to society. Because if his brain is thinking that way, he would
Mm-hmm.
have recommitted.
Well, sure.
Now, would he have recommitted in prison to someone in prison? What if there was like a little 5-foot guy?
Well, somebody would have probably shanked his ass just from the record that when he goes in that place with, you know, they got little housing areas just for people like that. Well, I'm not going to say people, monsters. Um, they're segregated. They're not in general population, and if they were in general population, they sure as hell wouldn't live there. I promise. Um, they'd be killed, and that's why they're segregated. Um, well, like I said, when you send a predator to prison, you shouldn't give them special rooms and special anything. they committed the crime. They did that to somebody's child, somebody's, whatever. They should just put them to the front gate, let them do what they need to do to them in there. Ain't none of our damn business. What happens to them happens to them. That's what's wrong with society today. They say, well, I can do this, but I'm going to go in there and I'm going to live off the government. I'm going to get whatever I need when I need it. I'll get free medical, whatever. They got to feed me, house me, clothe me, and they got to protect me. Take away that protection and see how fast they live in there. You want to talk about death sentence? Right there it is. Sorry,
Exactly.
that's my opinion. Lord, I'll shut up now, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, no, and I agree. What they do with sexual violent offenders is they put them into a protective custody. They're not in with general population of other
Hmm.
felons of the same severity felony, but the sexual violent crimes are separated
Right.
from, you know, that
Well,
same level of felony.
correct. Well, see, it's exactly what you just said. The sexual predators in one classification. You got gang members in different gangs are in set in a different classification, so that there's not murders every day in prison. But at the same time, we're not there to be a chaperone. They're not there to be a chaperone.
Well, they
They
shouldn't have committed the crime. They wouldn't have been there
exactly
at all.
exactly. When they walk through that door, it shouldn't matter what happens to them. It's a jungle, dog eat dog world. Let the dogs eat the food.
Amen.
You know. I know. I'm letting my feels get involved. I should shut up.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. That's what my whole channel is about, is just getting this out in the open and understanding and people acknowledging and being able to bring to the table, their personal issues, like this is what's happened to them or whatever. But
Right.
when I go back to having members only, um, then I would let people go back to sharing how they feel, just in case they decide they change their mind and they don't want it published or whatever.
Right. Like
You
Ape
know,
just said, he says, I agree, Newman.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
mean, I love with all my heart, man. But when it comes to something like that, I can hate real quick and not even think twice about it. You know, rid of it, rid of the evil from the world. It shouldn't ought to be, man. But unfortunately, we walk in this world every day, and this is going to continue. You know, it's our job to get the word out there, like you're doing as an advocate, and to show people that hey, this is what we need to try to raise awareness for on all this, and people need to listen because just because you don't see it around you doesn't mean it ain't happening.
exactly. And it happens every day. It's just not always publicized.
Exactly.
So it states that the admission of the defense prior testimony was harmless. Harmless, my friend.
Mm,
As jury rejected the aggravating circumstances, the statements were offered to prove that there was no error here. Position 3 is denied. Okay. Punishment stage instructions. Now, I know I went over those previously. It said, in this one, I'm going to just brief over it real quick, just so
okay,
we can get through these because there's 71 pages.
you're fine.
So the punishment stage and instructions, it says in Proposition 4, appellant complains that the pretrial court's punishment stage instructions did not allow the jury to fully consider all of the evidence he presented in mitigation sentence. The appellant, sorry, why do I keep calling it that?
It's
The
okay.
appellant objected to these instructions and proposed one of his own, which he believed he would broaden the definition of mitigating circumstances to more clearly include all kinds of evidence that he had presented in punishment stage. So basically, he was like, well, here, give this as an option, give that as an option.
Mm-hmm.
The trial court rejected the instruction proffered by the defense, preserving the issue for review. Subsection 53. The trial court gave uniform jury instructions, which I've read,
Right.
which define mitigating circumstances as those which, in fairness, sympathy, and mercy, may extenuate or reduce the degree of the morale, culpability, and blame. The appellant argues that his mitigation evidence was intended to show he was deserving of the sentence less than death, despite the morale and culpability or blame for the murder of Jamie Boland. Hopefully, this was denied. I mean, hopefully,
Right.
hopefully it was denied. I haven't got that far yet. I haven't actually read through this document till now.
Right. Well, Ape or Silent Dragon said, "I want to say what I want to say, but I will hold it."
Oh, you can say whatever you want to say. You're I don't care what anybody says if it has something to do with the topic I'm talking about. The only thing I don't want is people picking on each other.
Exactly.
Give love, not war.
I like that statement.
Hmm. So he states that he claims that under the court's definition, his mitigation strategy was essentially worthless because none of the evidence he presented did in fact reduce his moral culpability and blame. He claims the prosecutor's closing arguments invited the jury to reach the same conclusion. Well, that's their job.
Well, yeah.
Subsection 54, we rejected similar attacks on OUJI CR number 4-78 many times in the past. I'm not going to read through all that. It's just the codes.
Right.
Williams versus State in 2001. However, the appellant points out several months before his trial in Harris versus State, we recommend changes in the wording of the instruction. Nevertheless, in Harris, we retired. The instruction had existed for many years. Not guilty in inadequate and unconstitutional in cases in which the current has been used and applied are not subject to reversal on this basis. Subsection 55, like the appellant, the defendant in Harris complained that the prosecutors had exasperated the perceived faults in the instruction by arguing that the defendant's second stage of evidence would be completely disregarded as it did not meet the definition of mitigating evidence. Given the court's consideration the arguments as a whole, we found no error. Sweet. During the state's first closing arguments in the punishment stage, the prosecutor told the jurors that they were to decide what qualified as mitigating evidence, and they can consider factors besides the evidence by defense. Similar comments were made in the state's final closing, as we wrote in Grant versus State. Neither the trial's instructions nor the prosecutor's arguments implied that the jury should ignore any of the evidence offered in the appellant's mitigation sentence. The prosecutors merely argued that the evidence did not warrant a sentence less than death. The trial court did not err in rejecting the alternative instructions offered by the appellant. Proposition 4 is denied. Section 5, state expert testimony. Subsection 57 is where we left off.
Okay.
State's expert testimony. In Proposition 5, appellant claims that he was denied a fair sentencing proceeding by certain comments of the state's mental health expert. In the punishment stage, the defense presented extensive expert testimony about the appellant mental health based to a significant degree on an in-person psychological evaluation. So yes, that answers your question.
Mm-hmm.
In the response, the state presented the testimony of Dr. Reed Malloy, who never personally interviewed the appellant. Oh, interesting.
Wow.
But who has retained only the critique method used in conclusion drawn by the defense experts. Appellant claims that Dr. Malloy insinuated that he had been blocked from interviewing the appellant personally. An appellant likened this to an improper comment on the defendant's right to remain silent. The analogy simply does not fit here. Interestingly, the appellant does not claim that the prosecutor deliberately sought to insinuate that Dr. Malloy was not allowed to interview him, but rather the witness improperly made the implication on his own. So did he deny it? Is that what it's saying?
Kind of what it sounds like.
Both theories, however, are belied by the record. Dr. Malloy made it clear early in the direct examination that he was not hired by the state to personally evaluate the appellant, but only to review the evaluations of the defense experts. In fact, he agreed that with much of it, much, if not most, of the defense experts' findings. He stated that he had no reason to disagree with the diagnosis of the appellant's disorders. On redirect examination, when the prosecutor asked Malloy if he would like to have visited with the appellant himself, defense counsel objected, believing that the prosecutor would headed towards improper comment. The trial court sustained the objection, which means leaves the objection stays.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor, while denying the improper intentions, clearly abided by the court's ruling, rephrasing the question thus, as follows. So would you have actually liked to talk to those people who reported not talking to the defendant, but those other people who had made these reportings of his life history? You'd actually like, I lost my place. You'd actually like to talk to them yourself if you were going to make that diagnosis. His response was, Dr. Malloy's response replied with the crux of appellant's complaint. Well, yes. If my role was different in this case, I would have been asked to be an evaluator. I would have interviewed Mr. Underwood to test him, to review any of the evidence in this case. When the defense counsel objected again, the court sustained, and again, the prosecutor kept the focus off the appellant.
Right.
I'm sorry, we're not talking about the defendant. We're talking about the friends and the family that were around growing up. To which Malloy replied, if that was my role in this case, yes. So he was only like for, sorry, hold on.
You're fine.
I have a frog in my throat.
Lord.
Abort.
Help.
As long as they're not black whiteys. I mean black tighties.
Oh no. Help us, Jesus.
To which Malloy replied, if that was my role in this case, yes. Okay. The limitations of Dr. Malloy's role in this case were made clear to the jury. They were made clear again in cross-examination by the defense counsel. Dr. Malloy did not interview the appellant because he was never asked to do so by the state. The appellant was not unfairly prejudiced by his testimony. Proposition 5 is denied.
So, I mean, he did get to review what other, examiners got to, when they investigated him, he got to review their statements on what he stated and that got to evaluate it. So, I mean, he had pretty much just as much say with how the report came out in court as much as they did that did the interview themselves. So, and he didn't disagree. So that's a plus.
Yeah. So, he agreed with what the defense was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this man does have, mental instability.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so we are in section 6, subsection 60, constitutionally of capital sentencing procedure. In Proposition 6, the appellant complains that Oklahoma capital sentencing scheme is unconstitutional in how it instructs juries to consider aggravating and mitigating circumstances, and its fact that it does not instruct the jury on a presumption that life sentence is appropriate punishment. Appellant raises these issues prior to trial and renew his concerns for the punishment stage, thus preserving them for review.
Mm-hmm.
Appellant concedes that before the jury could even consider the death sentence, it had to unanimously
Yep.
yep, that word, find the existence of at least one alleged aggravating circumstance by proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Right.
He admits that before the jury could consider the death sentence, it also had to find that the aggravating circumstances unanimously, yes, I spit it out, found to exist outweighed any mitigating circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And that he does not deny his jury was properly instructed that. Despite that such an analysis, it was never required to impose a death sentence. Rather, the appellant complains It is his jury that was not instructed that when weighing the aggravating and mitigating circumstances, it could not consider a death sentence unless the aggravating circumstances outweighed the mitigating ones beyond reasonable doubt. Let me make sure there's nothing risque.
Okay.
That was denied. As for the claim, the jury should have been instructed on presumption of the life sentence. Appellant concedes that we have consistently rejected this notion as well. The instructions given by the trial court appropriately explain the prerequisites to finding the appellant eligible for the death sentence. Proposition 6 denied.
Hmm.
Section 7, subsection 64, sufficiency of evidence to support death sentence. Any comments?
I think you need to be taken out back and, well, you know, just right off the rip. Don't wait 20 damn years. Just go ahead and do it.
I know. I think it has been almost 20 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We all get, we say death row, right? But you sit there and you sit them on death row for 20 plus years. That's taxpayers' dollars feeding them and housing them and clothing them and every damn thing. And, you know, why don't, okay, give them a year to appeal if they need to appeal or try to appeal. After that year, get rid of them. Why sit here for 20 some years still talking about this piece of crap? You know?
On taxpayer dime.
Exactly. I know a lot of people are against the death penalty, and that's your opinion. You're right. But at the same time, if we have a state that, you know, uses it, don't sit there for 20 damn years for it. Get rid of them.
Now, my question to those people is, would they really still be against the death penalty if it was someone in their family that was close to them?
That, you know, that's the question they would have to answer if that ever happened. I pray to God it don't. But if it was to happen, I guess at that point in time they would probably really have to do some soul searching. Like, okay, well, to me personally, you know, it goes back, you know, to eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of deal. But at the same time, I still have that part of me that says the way you hurt this person or killed this person or tortured this person, you should have the same done unto you, by God. They shouldn't stick a needle in your arm and give you the peaceful way out. You know,
I
what's
think
fair
that's
for
too easy for them.
right?
Like,
What's fair for the goose is fair for the gander. You hurt them this way, you should have the same done to you. I don't care. Or you should be shot or whatever. We used to have electric chair, for God's sakes. I mean, do you think they give a shit to waste electricity through somebody? No, they didn't. You know, they used to have public hangings. They don't have that no more. You know, people used to bring picnic baskets just to watch somebody hang, you know, in the Wild West for stupid shit. So,
yep.
um, it's
Placerville's one of those towns that used to be called Hangtown, and a lot
right.
of their businesses still have that logo, Hangtown.
Hmm. And that's what's wrong with this society today. And it's not really the society; it's the way the government has written and rewritten, written and rewritten to where it sugarcoats criminals, and the hell with the law-abiding citizens. That's just my opinion, and it's not fair. It's not right.
They're trying to be too humane in certain circumstances.
Right. When the aggressor wasn't even humane once. None. Didn't give a shit.
Hmm.
But you won't. But but you say, oh, come on over here for 20 years. We'll give you a hot and a cot and give you some food and blah blah blah. Sit here for 20 years. Hopefully you'll die of old age before you get a damn needle in your arm. But that child didn't wait.
Exactly. The child didn't have any
Mm-mm.
um, in decision making. I
Mm-mm.
mean, if you really think about it with your heart, your soul, every time she would come conscious,
Right.
or become conscious, I should say it that way. The other way sounded a little weird. Um, that was like God giving her that second chance,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And he went above and beyond instead of saying, okay, maybe this wasn't a good idea and just, attempted assault charge
Right.
versus a capital murder with
Mm-hmm.
aggravated first degree murder.
the sad part is he didn't give a shit. He didn't care.
Exactly.
He set out to finish the mission. It didn't make a damn whether he failed the first two attempts. He was going to make sure it happened regardless. And the sad part is there was nobody there to protect her, nobody there to help her. Now, I don't blame parents on this. I mean, she was lured in by a freaking predator. And that's how they do shit. They're sickening little bastards that should go to hell. That's where they just need to be, and that's where they're probably going to be. I mean, I'm not the Lord, and I'm not getting to my religious beliefs or whatnot. But at the same time, man, there's a special place in hell for people like them,
And there is.
and they're going to meet it.
Silent Dragon said, "It is sad how people do things like that." And then he said, "Right."
Yep.
And I would post your comment, but then I would have to rewrite trigger warning again. I just wanted to keep that up there just in case
Exactly.
for those coming in. So, as far as the sufficiency of evidence to support the death sentence, this is subsection 64 in proposition number 7. The appellant claims that the evidence presented in his trial was insufficient as a matter of law to support the single aggravating circumstance found by the jury that of the murder of Jamie Boland, especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. To prove this aggravating circumstance, the state must show the victim's death was preceded by torture or serious physical abuse. Serious physical abuse requires evidence that the victim experienced consciously, not subconsciously. That would be desecration of
Right.
a deceased body.
Yeah. Decorate. Or yeah. What you just said.
Yep, desecration.
Desecration of a corpse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Physical suffering prior to death. I'm not going to read that part. That's
Right.
just sightings. The crucial aspect of this aggravator is the victim's awareness. Physical acts done to the victim, no matter how vile, will not establish the heinous, atrocious, or cruel aggravator if no rational juror could find beyond reasonable doubt that the victim was conscious of them.
Right.
Nevertheless, so long the evidence supports the finding of the death was preceded by torture or serious physical abuse, the injury is permitted to consider all circumstances of the case, including the attitude of the killer and the pitiless nature of the crime. The fact that Jamie Boland was conscious, suffered for an appreciable amount of time before her death was firmly established by appellant's confession, which was turned corroborated with the medical evidence. The appellant told police that he had hit Jamie on the back of her head several times with the cutting board and that he had hit her so hard he was surprised that the board did not break. Despite Jamie's pleas, appellant proceeded to suffocate her with his bare hands. Appellant reported, trigger warning, appellant reported that more than once Jamie's body went limp, but then she would come around and resume to struggle for life. Appellant told police it took some 15 to 20 minutes before Jamie finally succumbed. The medical examiner observed the trauma to the back of Jamie's head consistent with the appellant's statements. Scratches consisted with the fingernails being pressed into the skin were observed on her face. The medical examiner concluded that the cause of Jamie's death was by asphyxiation. Appellant did not contest this conclusion at trial.
Wow. Yeah, he suffocated to death, even though the blunt force trauma to the back of the head wasn't enough to do it. And that, God Almighty. Wow.
I agree, Mountain Girl. She says, how absolutely terrifying for that baby girl.
Yeah.
So, Mountain Girl, I don't know if you're free to watch it if you watch it at your own will. I'm not going to play it again. But during his confession, the way he explained it was close to similar or verbatim to what she said when he hit her was, "I'm so sorry." Like, she was like, "Oh my God, what did I do? Please stop. I'm sorry." And he'd hit her again, and that didn't work. That's when he suffocated her. She had a hard head.
I'll tell you one or two things. If I'd ever heard that or saw that, he'd have died or I'd have died trying to kill him.
Mhm.
In point blank. I mean, that child wouldn't have died. Mm-mm.
I am
God
shocked to
Almighty.
shit that the neighbors didn't hear. He must have.
He had to soundproof that apartment or something, or whatever the hell he was living in.
Well, in my shorts, uh,
Is that the complex that I seen on your short?
yes, that's the complex. They have very solid doors. They're not like the hollow doors. They're very solid wood doors. I don't know how old the building is, but I don't think they've done any updates to it since said date. Like the staircase was all wonky and creepy looking. I mean,
Right.
my stomach turned inside out, upside
Well,
down.
that's like I told you on your comment there, or on the short. I'm like, this is creepy. And it's wow. I mean, how the hell could you not hear a child begging and pleading for its life? Because I'm sure she wasn't talking to him. You know, sure she
Oh,
was
she was
screaming.
screaming at him. That's why I was like, I'm shocked that the neighbor across the hall, because there's only, I would say, maybe 15 feet from when
Mm,
I was standing in there. I would say 12 to 15 feet between his door and the
right,
one across from him. And he said this took place sitting in front of the television, which is right where that bay window is.
right.
So, I mean, he must have whacked her quick and then literally suffocated her immediately so she couldn't scream for nobody to hear because he had people that lived above him and across from him. She
Right.
lived across above from him. If you
Mm,
can get the image. So
I can get it.
if you look at the building, when I show
Hmm.
the front of the building, he lived in the bottom left-hand built apartment.
Right.
She lived in the top right.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, Subsection 66. If in fact, the appellant does not deny that Jamie experienced conscious physical suffering before her death. Rather, he argues that the length of time that it took to kill her was unintended circumstance. Well, it just because it's unintended. Well, that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right.
This one's guaranteed to be denied because it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just because he didn't intend to take that long doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
Hmm.
Okay, as he had planned, to end her life quickly and quietly, but things just did not work out that way. Actually, the appellant original plan, according to what he had told the police, was to tape the victim's mouth so that she could not scream. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. So she could not scream. Make her watch pornographic movies, rape her, torture her in various despicable ways, and then while she was still alive and gagged and presumably conscious, decapitate her. Thus, he can plan can scarcely called merciful. In any event, a defendant will not be heard to excuse any serious physical abuse on his own poor planning. A murder is not mitigated by the fact that the victim put up with a fight to save her own life. Jamie's resistance might have come as a surprise to the appellant, but sadly, it did not dissuade him from his murderous goal, no matter how much the child pleaded and struggled. Appellant also claims that the jury's findings on this aggravating circumstances was improperly influenced by evidence of the gruesome things he planned to do but didn't, and the things that he did to Jamie after her death. Yet, as mentioned, appellant concedes that the evidence established conscious physical suffering before death. So, as long as the evidence supports the findings of the jury's consideration of all circumstances of the case is not the grounds for relief, denied.
Wow.
Okay. uh, Section 8, constitutionally of heinous, atrocious, or cruel aggravating circumstances, subsection 68. Or, sorry, section 68. Subsection would be A. Proposition 8. Appellant's claims that Oklahoma's heinous, atrocious, or cruel aggravating circumstances is unconstitutionally vague and broad. Appellant preserves the issues for review by the general objection before trial and by submitting his own proposed instruction, which was denied. On numerous occasions, we have rejected similar attacks on the current formulation of the aggravator and the uniform jury instructions that explain it. Proposition 8 denied. Section 9. Constitutionally of executing the mentally ill. Okay, so his argument is you can't execute the mentally ill.
Okay. Okay.
Subsection 69 in Proposition 9. Appellant contends that his death sentence should be vacated because the execution of the mentally ill violates a ban on cruel and unusual punishment found in the Eighth Amendment to the United States Constitution. He contends that he was mentally ill at the time he murdered Jamie Bolin. All of a sudden, he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And points out that all of the expert examined him and agreed that he suffers from one or more of mental problems. However, at the trial, appellant did not raise an insanity defense and otherwise argued that he suffered a diminished capacity to understand the nature of his conduct at the time of the crime. Well, he understood it enough to plan it out.
Amen. If he was sane enough to plan it and go through all the details to setting it up everywhere, stalking to the point of the apartment to where everything's lined up in every room, that mother freaker knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I agree. Rather, appellant presented evidence of mental illness as a circumstance in mitigation of sentence. Exactly. He was trying to mitigate the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the jury concluded that whatever mental illness appellant might have, the death penalty was still on the most appropriate sanction for this conduct. While the Eighth Amendment prohibits execution of the defendant whose mental illness prevents him from comprehending the reasons of the penalty or its implications. Let's look over that. There is no evidence that the appellant falls into that category. Despite evidence that the appellant suffers from some sort of mental illness, we accept the jury's conclusion that he was morally culpable for his actions and deserving of the death penalty.
Yep.
Proposition 9 denied.
That woe is me don't work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry you didn't get it done in a timely manner.
Yeah.
What was she supposed to do? Conform to his decision?
Mm-hmm.
She was like, no, I have a long life ahead of me. What are you doing?
Right.
My daddy is not going to be happy about this.
She fought it. She fought it the best she could.
She did. She was a cute little thing, too. Reminds me of my little monkey.
She was a trooper.
I don't know if you got to see what she looks like, but hold on.
I didn't.
Let me get to... Just 1 second. I'm pulling up her little picture.
Okay.
He was complaining. He goes, she was kind of like, he was complaining that she wasn't his type. Her hair was too thin and she was too fat.
Oh, my.
I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Like she's a child.
Yeah. At the age of 10.
Mm-mm-mm.
But that was, that was his little monkey. That was, her dad's little monkey.
Yeah. Like I say, I mean, and it's understandable.
It's not like he's a catch either. Come on now.
Where are you sending that? Because I don't see nothing. Where is it?
Oh, it should be on your screen.
No.
Right here. Can you see it?
If it's on the stream here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. There she is. Okay, that's her. Okay. Bless her heart.
I know, she's cute. She has cute little freckles.
And where's the piece of shit?
He's on the screen now. You might have to hit live right next to If you tap the screen right above live chat, it'll say live, and then on another
Okay.
device.
I see the piece of yep.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. God
Yeah.
have mercy.
It's
No
a cute
mercy
little,
on him.
yeah, it's a
He
cute
don't
little
need
baby.
no mercy.
Here, I'll make her bigger so we can see her. There we go. She's the adorable little thing. Okay. Um, okay, so victims impact testimony, section 10, subsection 70. In Proposition 10, appellant complains that improper victim impact evidence denied him a fair sentencing proceeding. Appellant's only complaint on this subject is that two victim impact witnesses, which is one, Jamie's mother and father, were allowed to recommend without amplification the appellant be put to death for murdering their daughter. Appellant preserves this issue for review through a pretrial motion. He asked the trial court to declare 22 OS 2001 unconstitutional, unfair, insofar as it permits sentence recommendation by the victim's family. I think the victim's family should have every right to give their opinion.
Well, they should. It's their child.
Yeah. It states that the trial court refused to, the applicant acknowledges that we have rejected the same claim many times before, Jones versus State. This court has previously upheld admission of the opinion of a victim's impact witness as to the appropriateness of the death penalty as long as it is limited to simple statement and recommended sentence without amplification. Appellant's argument does not persuade us to revisit the issue. Proposition 10 is denied. Good job, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Section 11, prosecutor's misconduct.
Okay.
We are more than halfway there, guys.
Let's go.
Ranahana, Pinky, hi. Welcome in, love. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Subsection 71, in Proposition 11, appellant claims the jury sentencing was unfairly influenced by several instances of the prosecutor's misconduct. Defense counsel, timely objection to some of these comments and others we review only for plain error. This is it is subsection A72, arguing facts not in evidence. Appellant complains that in both stages of the trial, the prosecutor improperly implied that he had partially shaved the victim's pubic hair with a trigger warning, with a razor. Oh God. Bleh. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just silent.
Okay.
Somebody just, yeah, like I said, don't waste the 20 years. Just off him. Get it over with.
Hold on, I have to regain my composure.
That's fine. That's why I was silent, because I'm sitting here like, it wouldn't pay to him be in front of me. Mm-mm. He'd be seeing hell today. Straight up.
Okay. I have it together.
Okay.
Okay, appellant complaint. I already read that part. I'm not reading it again. The inference was based on the guilt stage testimony of the OSBI criminalist Jolene Russell, who examined Jamie's body at the medical examiner's office. Russell noticed that the girl's PB hair appeared partially shaven and saw loose hairs on the area of her body. Also, an electric razor was found at the appellant's apartment. The inference was not improper because it was reasonably based was reasonably based on evidence. Now, if that was taken into evidence and her hair was in that razor, then that would have been acceptable. But I have not read through I haven't finished reading through this.
Right.
So if her DNA, I'll say it that way, if her DNA was in the razor, then they have every right to use it as evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Was inference not proper because it was really based on the evidence. Okay. While the inference surely had no effect on the jury's finding of guilt, the prosecutor also was free to use the inference of the punishment stage to show that perhaps the appellant was not entirely forthcoming in his interview with the police. While the inference may have some degree of unscored the vile nature of the entire crime, it did not unfairly overshadow the other depraved things the appellant freely admitted to doing. There was no improper conduct or unfair prejudice here. Personal opinions. Okay, so that was denied too then. Sweet.
Right.
Personal opinions on appropriate punishment, section B. The appellant claims at the various times and in various ways, the prosecutor argued that the death was the only appropriate punishment in this case. Appellant did not object to these comments, so we review only for the plain error. It is improper for the prosecutor to give personal opinions on the appropriate verdict by alluding to information that has not been properly presented to the jury. However, it is entirely proper for the prosecutor to state that the state's representative to argue the particular outcome based on the evidence introduced to trial. We have reviewed the prosecutor comments and find nothing improper about them. The prosecutors advance the state's position to that the death penalty was appropriate based on the evidence and the testimony submitted. There was no misconduct, and hence no plain error here. Section C.
Right.
Comments on the presumption of innocence. Subsection 74. Appellant's false. Thank you. You know, I appreciate you hanging out up here with me.
No, you're.
I know you may have other things to do.
I don't have a thing to do. Ape's still in the chat. He said, like Newman, I'm still here, but speechless.
I know you guys. I know. That's why I put up trigger warning. I should have added it to the title.
It's okay. I'm just learning to watch my mouth.
No, you're doing very well.
Thank you.
Have you ever been in StreamYard before?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Do you see the little buttons on the right?
Yeah, hold on. Little buttons on the right. Which ones?
There should be a couple of them, or they might be on the top of yours. It should say like comments, private chat, etc.
Oh yeah, I see private chat
Okay.
comment.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
gotcha.
Oh, he said he's at work. Mountain Girl's still here. Love you to death. Thank you. We know what Silent Dragon's doing. He has his little earphones on. He's probably singing. Da, 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 da.
Probably.
So cute. Okay, where was I at? Alluding personal opinions. I already read that. However, entire proper. Okay, I read that. I didn't mark it that time. We have reviewed. Okay, I already read that. Oh, we were right here on E. Comments and presumption of innocence. The appellant's faults the prosecutor for commenting during the voir dire on the presumption of innocence. The prosecutor explained that the presumption was a precious thing. Well, she was precious.
She was a
And that
child
went
of
on,
innocence.
yeah. And that went on to explain that it applies to equal force when the facts show that the accused is not actually innocent. Appellant did not object to this comment. And regarding to the entire passage, the appellant quotes from, "We find nothing improper about it." The prosecutor certainly did not argue that the presumption of innocence was inapplicable or been destroyed in this case, as noted. The comment was made in voir dire before the evidence had been presented. The prosecutor was simply explaining that the presumption was the law's way of placing the burden on the state to produce evidence sufficient for conviction. We find nothing improper, incorrect in this comment. Section D, displays of emotion. How can you not?
Right.
Section 75, during prosecutors' closing arguments in the guilt stage of the trial, defense counsel objected, claiming that the prosecutor was prancing around in front yard and screaming at them. Oh, I got to read that again. That didn't make sense. During the prosecutor's closing arguments in the guilt stage of the trial, defense counsel objected, claiming that the prosecutor was prancing around in front of the jury and screaming at them.
Mm-hmm.
Defense counsel noted that the prosecutor appeared to be on the verge of tears.
Right.
The trial court admonished the prosecutor not to get too close to the jury, and the prosecutor complied. Appellant claims the prosecutor department was unfairly prejudiced to him and relies on Mitchell versus State. We find Mitchell to be quite distinguishable from the present case. In Mitchell, the prosecutor stood at the defense table, pointed directly at the defendant, and angrily addressed arguments to him personally. This conduct went on for some time despite several objections by the defense. What is that called again? It's called Traveling Fools. Good to see you. It's not antagonizing. It's maybe it is antagonizing.
It's possible you could call it that. But I know if the prosecutor would have showed any emotion right there, then they could have yelled bias or anything like in that nature due to the fact he's getting too personally involved into the case. So I'm assuming that's why they didn't want him close to the jury at that point. He or she, whoever.
Yeah, that makes sense. It would be hard though.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it was one of the questions I was asked when I was going law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. You have to stay emotionally out of the situation. How to do that is very difficult. I mean, I've seen people be removed from the situation. They leave the scene, don't be involved in it at all because they can't emotionally detach themselves. It's something that you just have to work towards. Words don't explain.
Sorry, I'm nibbling.
Go ahead. It's okay.
I'm listening.
No, you're perfectly fine. I was just stating what I just stated there. Yeah, the dudes want to, sit here and say, "Oh, woe is me now that the death penalty has been ruled that that's what he's got." Now he wants to cry wolf. Oh, please spare me. Give me life in prison. To hell with you, buddy. You don't deserve a day in prison. You deserve to go to hell. Shot down. Bye. That's what he deserves. That girl didn't deserve what she got.
No, she did not.
By any means. No child or woman or anybody deserves what that child went through. And to give him the benefit of the doubt to put him on death row for 20 freaking years. He don't deserve that. He deserved to go on the ground the day they got it, prosecuted on it.
See,
take him out back and shoot him.
See, and I have a whole nother perspective. Like I like the eye for an eye.
Oh, I do too. And that's the way I said earlier. What you've done to that little girl should have happened to you. No matter what. I mean, sorry, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I know it is what it is, but a needle in your arm doesn't give justice what that girl went through. You laying there going to sleep and taking your last breath on a table, no pain, no nothing, when that child endured every bit of torture, fear, demise. No, it don't compare. It ain't right.
Correct. It doesn't. He will never get the same pain that he inflicted.
Mm-mm. And he can lay there the day they put the needle in his arm and say, you know what? Oh, I've been forgiven for all my sins, blah, blah, blah. The hell with you, man. I mean, yeah, the good Lord can forgive anybody, I'm sure, but I ain't the Lord. So don't work that way with me. No, I ain't preaching it. I'm just saying. That's my opinion on it, and everybody's got an opinion. And if somebody else wants to come up there and give their opinion, great, go ahead. But
everyone's is welcome.
Exactly. But that girl didn't deserve none of this. She didn't ask to die. She didn't ask to get beaten or tortured or raped or, you know, dismembered. The crime is so heinous that it's grotesque or whatever the hell I'm trying to say. Grotesque. It's horrible, and it's sad because a lot of these cases are cold cases that has yet been solved. It's pitiful. It's freaking pitiful.
There's other bodies that have gone through that, and I'm going to use the term bodies
Mm-hmm.
so it's not relatable. There's
Right.
other bodies that have gone through this very similar situation that have yet to be found.
Right.
There's so many missing people, so many missing kids.
Yeah. And it's sad because the world we live in today. Used to you'd hear something like this on the news, the world panicked. But it seems like anymore, you hear something like this, it's like somebody just bats their eyes at it and keeps trucking. It's nothing to bat an eye at.
Exactly. Well, sorry,
No,
I
you're
was trying
fine.
to sneak some food in. I know. How can
Fine.
I eat going through this? But
You got to eat when you can eat. But that's just my input on it. I've been told you at the beginning of this. If I was a judge and the jury and the executioner, his ass would have done out behind the woodshed buried. Okay, so that's just my opinion on it. I'm done. You can go
I
ahead
think
and
they get away with way too much.
they do. They do. Because there's not a rock or a mountain or the pits of hell that I wouldn't climb to find somebody that hurt my child. Give a damn. I would die searching for them. End of the story. And if I was to get my hands on that said person, I would go to prison with a smile on my damn face. I would walk in there and get a pat on the back. I wouldn't give a shit. Because I did my job. I protected my daughter or my son.
And for those that may watch this in the future, this doesn't just happen to girls,
No,
folks.
it
This
happens to
happens
young
to
men too.
men, women, young boys, young girls, babies. This is just one case that happened to grab me, and I was like, I'm doing it. But there will be many to follow. Hopefully, not quite this bad. But
Well, they're never good. There's nothing good that comes. I mean, the awareness saying, "Hey, make sure you watch your kids more," or "Hey, keep an eye on, know where your children are," because honestly, it don't take nothing from some predator to take off with your child. It's easy for them. They study it. It's their passion, and then they want to claim like they're mental. No, they're just monsters.
monsters. Excuse me. Canadian Entertainment, welcome in. I got me a soda, so hopefully my voice will like clear up.
Yeah. Well, tell that frog to get out of your throat. You will
I
cry.
know. It's got a little
Oh,
toenail stuck in there and everything.
oh my God. She said a little toenail stuck in there.
Little toe
Lord.
pad
Oh me. Oh my.
tickling my tonsils.
Oh my.
I'm trying to make light of the situation.
I know. That's about the only way we're gonna get to laugh at this one. Well,
Yeah.
not at this at all. I don't laugh at this. This ain't a laughing matter. But what the things you just saying about a frog and toenails and shit, it's comical.
Dang, hairy frog legs with troll nails. Yeah, exactly, Mountain Girl. That is it. I told
Oh
you. See, I
no.
told you that frog needed a waxing.
Well, I'll make sure if I see a frog, I'll let him know. Okay. I sure will.
Thank you, Mountain Girl, for carrying on with my silliness. Woo woo. We are more than halfway done. Okay, so the displays of emotion, we left off with the prosecutor appeared to be in the verge of tears. Hold on, there's still taco in there. Now the frog's eating a taco. Okay.
Oh no.
The trial court. Okay, I already read that part. Okay. So this document states that To be quite distinguishable from the present case, Mitchell, the prosecutor, stood at the defense table, pointed directly at the defendant, angrily addressed the arguments to him personally. The conduct went on for some time, despite several objections by the defense. Here, however, the prosecutor's argument was not aimed at the appellant personally, but it was properly directed to the jury. Appellant does not claim that the substance of the argument itself was improper, but the prosecutor's comments may have been delivered with emotion. But not one could deny the emotionally charged evidence had been presented in this trial. We review the trial court's handlings of such matters for abuse and discretion and find that the court's discretion was not abused here, whether considered individually or cumulatively. The comments complained of the above did not deny the appellants for a fair trial. Proposition 11 denied.
Okay.
I can't wait. I want to do legal services. What is it called? America's Finest.
America's Finest Role Play.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Be the general or attorney general.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I told you I was going to talk to Adam then. We still have yet to talk to him. Oops.
Or even law. I mean, legal services. Prosecuting attorney.
Hey, that's okay too. I play one of the judges.
I would have a hard time, even being a law student, have a hard time being a defense attorney. Because if I don't know that they're innocent, it would be hard for me to, no matter how much money's involved, you can't buy me. So
Right.
it would be hard for me to defend somebody going, damn, are they guilty? Did they do this? I can't get them off.
And see, the sad part is in a defense attorney, they don't give a shit whether he's guilty or not. Their job is to get him off the charge.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter. Even though you know he's guilty to the max, that is your job, is to try to persuade the court to show reasonable doubt that he was innocent. And, well, I lose every damn case because I'd be sitting there proving that he's guilty.
I'd be like, ooh, sorry, I missed that memo.
Yeah. Like, what law are you talking about? No, he did it.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't help it.
That's why at some attorneys, they'll either not take the case.
Right.
If an attorney won't take a case if they don't see the probability of succeeding.
Right.
They don't want to mess up their ratio.
Exactly.
And so it's kind of like prosecuting attorneys. Like they won't talk to the judge and be like, oh, the chances of this are slim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they won't go for it. They won't go for prosecution.
Well, right. And of course, that's where your public defenders come into play, because normally if you can't hire one that's really going to go to bat for you, they give you a public defender attorney, where it's, provided by the state, or that's legal aid, same difference.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, you're getting somebody that's just come out of law school. So they're going to try their best to win the case so they can start building their amps up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you got some that's been there for years and like, hell with this case. I don't care if you win or lose. But that's the price you pay when you roll into the system like that. So, but yeah, I'm like you. I couldn't defend somebody if I knew 110% they were guilty.
Yeah.
I mean, it's against everything I'm about. You're guilty, dude.
Yep.
Just plead guilty and get it over with. Oh well, I guess that's our logical thinking in there. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So number 12, section 12, subsection 77, ineffective assistance of counsel. Ooh. So in this one, basically, he's like, my counsel didn't do their job.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So subsection 77, in proposition 12, the appellant alleges that certain acts and omissions of his trial defense team denied him the right for effective assistance of counsel. It would be hard. It'd be really hard. As guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment, the United States Constitution, in conjunction with this claim, appellant has timely submitted an application for evidentiary hearing pursuant Rule 3.11B3B, Rules of Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals, 220S, Chapter 18, Appeals of 2011. Oh,
Hmm.
that's crazy. That's the actual books I have.
There you go.
When a defendant on direct appeal challenges his trial counsel performance, we employ the analysis promulgated in Strickland versus Washington, 466 U.S. 688 104 SCT 2052. We begin the presumption that the trial counsel rendered reasonable professional assistance. The defendant must establish both deficient performance and prejudice. That is, that his trial counsel performance was objectively unreasonable under prevailing provision norms, and that the counsel's performance undermines confidence in the outcome of the trial. Little John versus State, 208, Oklahoma. Subsection 78, appellant claims that trial counsel was deficient for one, failing to object to certain physical evidence, and that now he claims that was inadmissible. Failing to objection to certain arguments by prosecutors that he now claims were improper. 3, failing to challenge the application of the death penalty to the mentally ill. 4, failing to rebut claims that made by the medical examiner about the possible sequence of injuries to the victim. The reason I'm going to mark that spot. The reason he would have done that would be to define what was aggravated and not what was and what was not aggravated.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it wasn't aggravated, he wouldn't have got lethal injection death penalty.
Right.
Okay. Failing to present additional mitigating evidence and failing to rebut suggestion that certain mental health diagnoses have been confirmed with neuroimaging and testing. But we're not. We have rejected the first 3 claims on the merits findings that the physical evidence seized by the appellant's apartment was properly admitted, proposition 3, that the prosecutor's arguments were not in proper position number 11, and 3, that the execution of those who may be mentally ill but who are not legally insane does not run afoul in the Constitution, which was proposition number 9. Because timely challenges on these issues by trial counsel would properly have been overruled, appellant cannot show the prejudice from counsel's failure to make them. At number 79, we turn next to appellant's claim that his trial counsel failed to present evidence to rebut aspects of the medical examiner's testimony during direct examination in the guilt stage of the trial. So let me address something real quick. For those that aren't familiar, so when a body becomes deceased, certain things will show up. So for instance, if you drown, when if your body is submerged into water after you're deceased, there won't be air in the lungs, or sorry, water in the lungs, versus if you drowned, I guess
While
is how you would
alive,
say it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Then there would be like water in the lungs. So for instance, certain things happen to your body when it's alive versus when it's living, and versus things that can happen to it when it's deceased. So the medical examiner said, well, this took place and this took place because they are familiar with how the staging and hold on, I'm trying to think of the right words. Decomposition of the body, all of that takes place. So for instance, like the strangulation, or suffocation, not strangulation, the asphyxiation, and how her eyes had blood in them. It may have been that, the blunt force trauma from the head, along with the asphyxiation, caused the blood in the eyes.
Yeah, hemorrhaging of the vessels.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Where some of these things may not have taken place because the blood's not pumping anymore.
A lot of it is post-mortem. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. And so he's arguing that the medical examiner's timeline is off. So then the case would not uh, be aggravated and he would have only got life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's for those that may watch this later that don't understand like how those kind of timelines work. And we will get into that. I am going to pull out, the forensic books and explain how certain things work during in between cases. So, for those that are interested, you know, keep an eye out. I'll have a stream on that and how forensic and pathology and all that kind of stuff works. Okay. Moving forward. I digress. Okay, so the medical examiner, Dr. Yukub, testified that based on her examination that she could not conclusively say whether Jamie Boland was alive when the appellant sexually assaulted her or when he attempted to decapitate her. So if you recall in his statement, he wanted to do it when she was alive,
Right.
not when she was already deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he did it after she was deceased, then it would just be desecration of the body versus if he did it when she was alive, that would be extreme torture. And
Right.
so that would have made it an aggravated offense versus a non-aggravated offense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll try not to be too explanatory. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it right. If I'm doing it right.
Well,
If you guys are happy with the way I'm explaining things, just let me know in chat, please, because some people may understand, may know, some people may not.
at least you're breaking it down for those that may not know, and that helps keep people understanding where you're going. So I think you're doing well.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where I was at. Decapitator. Okay, right here. Okay. Thus, this testimony was based on trauma due to the girl's vaginal area, food material found in her airway, and embolism, air bubbles detected that the blood vessels of her brain. The appellant had told police that after he suffocated Jamie, that he did no more than touch, trigger warning, his penis to her vagina, then attempted to decapitate her in the bathroom. The defense team had retained its own forensic pathologist, Dr. John Adams, to review the autopsy findings before the trial. However, the expert was not called to testify. Appellant now claims his trial counsel should have presented Dr. Adams to explain why, in his opinion, it would have been impossible for Jamie to have been alive when her body was sexually assaulted or when she received severe injuries to her neck. The application of evidentiary hearing includes reports from Dr. Adams in this effect. Section 80. Dr. Yukub concluded that Jamie Boland died from asphyxiation. Appellant does not contest this conclusion. Never, I'll just say Dr. Y. Dr. Y never offered detailed alternative scenarios for the order of traumatic injuries. She simply said she could not determine the exact sequence from her autopsy.
Right.
She did, however, make it clear the food matter in the girl's airway was probably thrown up.
Yeah, she was probably, gagging and throwing up, and due to the asphyxiation of him choking her to death, it's just stayed where it was.
Yes, and she had just ate before she went downstairs.
Right.
Food matter in the girl's airway was probably due to unconscious regurgitation,
Yep.
not from the effects of having one's throat cut. As for the genital trauma, Dr. Y concluded that she could not tell whether it was inflicted when Jamie was alive or dying or immediately after she died. As for the embolism, Dr. Y could not say whether it occurred post-mortem or pre-mortem. She noted that it could have occurred from decomposition of the body. She did conclude, however, that the fracture to Jamie's hyoid bone and neck was post-mortem injury. What is a hyoid bone? Hyoid.
I'm gonna say it's like right there behind the brainstem area in her skull. Let me take a look at that.
Oh. So if you put your chin up,
Yeah.
it's that bone that kind of protects your it's where your chin, if you follow your chin down right above where your Adam's apple is, if you're a guy,
Okay.
your voice box, it's
Mm-hmm.
the bone that comes out from your spine that follows underneath your jawbone.
Okay. Makes sense.
So there was an injury to that.
Damn.
How did he injure that?
I guess the force of choking her. It could injure it, or where he
He
tried to
didn't choke her
decapitate her
though. He suffocated her.
or suffocate her. I mean,
Yeah, he said he had his hand on her face. If that
that
bone
could have
got
been
hurt,
maybe from the.
like somebody would have had to shove something down her throat or something. I don't know.
Well, don't know. See, I mean, it could be from like pressing on her face. You know, to try to the force
Yeah.
from the floor and him pushing with all his might on her face. That could have done it. I mean, without physical evidence and it plainly stating within the autopsy report as to how it was to be done, I don't know. I mean, right now it's speculation because I mean, you can only imagine from what you're working with and what you're reading is what possibilities you got. You know, that's got to be a lot of force.
And it states, it says a broken hyoid bone may not always be life threatening, but requires immediate medical attention.
Well, sure.
Um, it says it's situated in front of the anterior part of the neck between. Okay. It's like that little, it looks like a little baby jawbone underneath your jaw. That's what it looks like.
Mountain Girl said, "I think that bone gets broken a lot in strangulation cases. I'm just going off of what I hear on Dateline, etc."
Wow. Ooh. Goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's the first time I've read this part of this. I hadn't read it and I hadn't heard of that before. I mean,
Right.
in this whole thing.
Hmm.
Okay. So, appellant's claims to Dr. Y testimony undoubtedly strengthened the state's case on heinous, atrocious, or cruel aggravator. But if the medical examiner could not say whether Jamie was alive when certain injuries were inflicted, she certainly did not suggest that the girl was conscious when the injuries were inflicted. This is an important point. One defense counsel made clear to the jury several times when cross examining Dr. Y. The medical evidence corroborated with the appellant's confession regarding Jamie's consciousness and fierce struggle while being suffocated. In punishment stage and closing, the prosecutors argued consistent with the appellant's confession. Jamie's conscious physical suffering was supported by the evidence of suffocation, while they also pointed out that the medical evidence left some question about the completeness of the appellant's confession. Yeah, he didn't say everything.
Right.
He didn't say that he had SA'd her either. They found that out later. He said he attempted to, but he didn't.
Exactly.
Those comments were fairly based on the evidence. Robinson, I mean, well, hold on. 10 years old, already gone through puberty. Now, I'm going to say this as this is not to, you know, um, condemn her dad, who is a victim of this also. But if she had gone through puberty that early, then she may have been sexually abused previous to this happening. And he may not have, fully penetrated as what they're stating in this. And her dad surely would not come up and be like, well, yeah, that was art. You know what I mean?
Right.
Being that she already had pubic hair at that young of an age, she very well could have, been SA'd previous to this. Okay, moving on. That's just my professional opinion.
Right. I mean, you never know. You don't know. I mean, anything's possible.
Well, because they stated that her little
Right.
wasn't intact.
Correct. Something's off somewhere.
Right.
You know.
Okay, so, but they wouldn't have been able to address her dad with that anyway because he wasn't part of. You know what I mean? You
Mm-hmm.
can't.
Right.
If you come across evidence in the interim and she's already gone, she wouldn't have been able to talk.
No.
Okay. Uh, let's see, where was I at? I put some disputed that Jamie did, in fact, experience conscious physical self. Okay, I already did that. When counsel is for failing to present evidence and consider whether the counsel conducted a reasonable investigation on the issues involved. Total failure to investigate viable or relevant aspects of defense is one thing. A tactical decision not to present certain evidence after reasonable investigation is another. When counsel has made an informed decision to pursue one particular strategy over another, the choice is virtually unchangeable. Section 83. It is not difficult to image a sound strategic reason for not calling Dr. Adams. First, defense counsel already made most relevant point through cross-examination of Dr. Y that she could not point out any evidence refuting appellant's description of when Jamie lost consciousness. Additional rebuttal of Dr. Y admittedly inconclusive findings about the trauma sequence was arguably a waste of time. If such rebuttal has been presented in the guilt stage where Dr. Y testified, it would have had no bearing on the jury's verdict that the appellant had murdered Jamie Boland, a fact that the defense had all but conceded. If it has been present in the punishment stage, such testimony would have shifted the focus of the defense to what could reasonably be considered collateral matter. In the punishment stage, the defense team focused on showing the jury that appellant was not a continuing threat if confined to prison, and on showing why his life was worth sparing. Although the state had incorporated the guilt stage exhibits the testimony onto the punishment stage, actually calling a forensic expert to testify in detail about the same gruesome matters again. And then the focus was now squarely on punishment. Would arguably have distracted the jury in ways unfavorable to the defense. Appellant admitted to beating, suffocating, and molesting and practically decapitating Jamie Boland. The exact order in which he committed these acts was not material because he, in his own admission, Jamie struggled for some time before losing consciousness. Furthermore, regardless of the timing, Dr. Adams' own forensic review firmly corroborates Dr. Y's conclusion in vaginal trauma.
Right.
The finding contradicts appellant's version of the events and supports the prosecutor's claim that he was not entirely honest in his confessions. Yeah, that's what I was saying. In several ways, having Dr. Adams testify might have done more harm than good. The number 84. Appellant. Dang nabbit. Also claims that it's just the way it's written. It's just like
Right.
always messes me up. Appellant. That's what it looks like.
Mhm.
Actually, it looks like ape.
Oh boy.
Appellant. Okay. Also claims that Dr. Adams should have been called during the pretrial suppression hearing to discredit the state's reliance on rescue doctrine. See Proposition 1. He claims Agent Overby knew or should have known that Jamie was already dead, rendering the rescue doctrine inapplicable. Because in Dr. Adams' estimation, the prominent odor of the decaying flesh should have been obvious upon opening the tub. Yet Dr. Adams had no personal knowledge of the crime scene. The disputed evidence was that the body. I wonder.
What was that?
Hold on, I gotta mark this spot so I don't lose it. I don't remember hearing any evidence on the actual timeline of the death.
Okay.
Thank you, Get to Know, for typing in trigger. I have it posted. Welcome in, Get to Know. How are you doing?
I'm alive. I'm well. I'm alive and well.
That's awesome. Okay. What I was getting at was I don't recall reading if there was like a distinguishable dispute between how long it took for him to, like, he stated she passed away that day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if officers went into that house, opened up that tub, and her body was in there because that's where it was. That's where it was. He
Right.
said the reason it was duct taped is because, her little arms and stuff she was going through rigor mortis, so things were stretching out. It was popping the top off.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me finish reading this real quick. I haven't seen a timestamp date, like a timestamp of how long she was passed away before
right.
they found her. That's what I was getting at. In other words, okay, so the body had been wrapped in sheets of plastic, and the items of clothing laid on top of this bundle, and the tub was sealed with duct tape that had a strong odor of air freshener permeated the closet. And then Overby only briefly opened the corner of the tub. In our view, Dr. Adams could not say with any degree of certainty what odor Overby should have detected. So, as much as okay, so this is 2 days in.
Right. Well, a lot of things play in the factor when it comes to decomp. Is it hot in the apartment? Is the AC on? I mean, is she in cold water? I mean, how is the body preserved at this point? If
it was just wrapped up in plastic in a blanket and her clothes laid on top.
Okay, well, at this point, then if it's hot in an apartment, then decomp's going to be rapid.
And the smell is a smell you'll never forget.
What he did say was that, most of the blood was drained from her body from when he had severed her neck. Mm-hmm. And it plugged up the tub because her blood was coagulating so fast. So a lot of the blood was already gone. So how does that affect the decomposition?
It doesn't matter. Even though the blood's left the body, it's still going to decomp. I mean, it's still going to break down. The bacteria is going to work from inside out. Okay, like gases. And there's a lot of things that go into factor here. Like I said, elements of what the conditions of the apartment, what's going on, how long she's been dead. If rigor mortis has already been set in, so that's a guarantee to get it 6 hours. Then plus when was the body removed? A lot of these things take into consideration that you really can't. You can't put a number on it unless you actually got a degree in it. I can't tell you. It just depends. Different signs for different things. So now, as far as odor, yeah, sure. I mean, if there's large amounts of blood in the tub that was going down the drain, you're going to smell stuff like that. And
that would straight smell like iron. Plus, she would have lost bodily function. He did say he had to clean her up because her body, when he was attempting to violate the body, mm-hmm. He said he had to clean her up because, one, she had peed all over herself. And then, of course, her body started rigor mortis. He said she became very stiff very quickly. And that's why he said he didn't SA her.
Right.
But the the documents show differently. So either it happened before, mm-hmm. and on a regular basis, if she had went through puberty early, it's called precocious puberty.
Right.
I only know because I've dealt with the same issue myself with my daughter. Mm-hmm. Get to know. Do you have any comments? Other than, I know you're probably sick to your stomach. No. So if you haven't got to know, mm-hmm. I'm like a slightly different type of forum. He goes for the laws to be changed, where I'm an advocate. Mm-hmm. So his channel's a lot about, how laws, and they discuss, things that have, happened and whatnot on his channel. Very cool cat. He might be having internet issues. Okay. So where I left off was, it was undisputed. Okay. The undisputed evidence was that the body had been wrapped in sheets of plastic, the items of clothing laid on top of this bundle. The tub was sealed with a piece of duct tape, and the strong odor of air freshener permeated the closet, and that Overby only briefly opened the corner of the tub.
Right. Now you
In
did.
our view, huh?
Sorry. Now you did state that he was trying to decapitate her after death, or was it determined?
They don't. It's undetermined.
Okay, because you stated that the large amounts of blood went into the drain. It was coagulating, which was clotting really fast. If it's undetermined, I don't know how she was losing a shit ton of blood. If you're post mortem after they start decapitating bodies, I know it from experience with mortuary stuff. So normally after post mortem cuts, you don't bleed like that. I mean, of course you're gonna lose a little bit of blood, but you're not. It's not gonna be like spurting out from like a carotid artery burst. You know what I mean?
Because the heart stops pumping, correct?
Correct.
So he lied.
It sounds pretty fishy to me. But I'm not I'm not an expert. I just know from what I've seen, what I've dealt with in the fields and stuff like that. So, but I mean, if the heart's not beating, I mean, come on.
It wouldn't be squirting out everywhere like he stated.
Right. It's not going to do it.
That's what I thought was fishy too.
But if you cut somebody's throat, I'm sorry to say, trigger warning, and their heart's still pumping, that shit's going everywhere. Literally. Until the heart stops.
You don't even have to do their throat. It could be any place that has a
anything
decent-sized vein.
Right.
Even in your hand, it still goes.
Right. Yeah. Any arterial vein or artery next to it, it's going to spurt.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine. Okay. In our view, Dr. Adams could not say with any degree of certainty what odor Overby should have detected. 85. In short, we discern strategic reasons for the defense team not calling its forensic pathologist. And in any event, we find no prejudice following from the decision. We find no strong possibility the failure to present Dr. Adams as a witness affected the outcome of the appellant's trial. 86. Next, we consider the appellant's claim that the trial counsel failed the present sufficient mitigating evidence. Appellant concedes that the trial team conducted extensive mitigation investigation and copious anecdotal evidence about his life history was presented through friends, family, coworkers, teachers, and others. The mitigation case comprises of 400 pages of transcripts. 19 witnesses were called, including 3 mental health experts, while few witnesses, as in the jailer and prison warden, were called specifically to rebut the state's continuing threat aggravator. By and large, the testimony about appellant's mental disorder, consisting of both lays, anecdotes, and expert evaluation, advanced the defense case on several fronts simultaneously, illustrating in more general fashion of why the appellant's life should be spared. The defense expert's own evaluation relied to some degree on anecdotal information from the same friends and associates that testified, and others who did not. Number 87. Appellant does not complain as such about the number of selection of laying mitigated witnesses that were called as about whether they were asked the right questions. The prosecutors asked the defense mitigation case by looking for discrepancies between the information the appellant friends related in court and the impressions that the experts received from the same sources. Those who grew up with the appellant and those who associated with him in later years gave examples after examples of his somewhat dysfunctional family environment and his social difficulties. While the prosecutors may have quibbled here and there about their testimony through cross-examination and argument, the state did not present a single witness to rebut these anecdotes or in the impeachment of the credibility of those relating to them. Sorry, excuse me. Mm-hmm. Counsel's decision not to ask different questions or ask questions in different ways will not be second-guessed. Appellant also claims trial counsel should have rebutted the state's insinuation of neuroimaging testing could have been undertaken to confirm certain diagnoses made by the defense expert. In brief exchange, the prosecutor asked the state's mental health expert, Dr. Malloy, If such testing could have confirmed some of these things, the expert's report, Malloy said it could have, but apparently it was not done. That was the extent of the testimony regarding the neuroimaging. It was not clear exactly what the aspects of the defense diagnosis might have been an issue. As noted, Dr. Malloy did not dispute the diagnosis of the defense experts. He merely disagreed with some of their conclusions, whether the appellant constituted a continuing threat to society. Ultimately, the jury rejected the aggravating circumstances. We find no strong possibility that the expert rebuttal to this isolated comment would have affected the outcome of the trial. In summary, the supplementary materials the appellant has presented to this court does not show a strong possibility that trial counsel was ineffective to the extent of any additional fact finding on the issue that would have warranted a position 12 is denied. The appellant's request for evidentiary hearing on his claims of ineffective counsel is also denied. Cumulative error number 90. The Proposition 13 appellant claims that the cumulative effect of all errors, we're at number 60. We only got 10 pages left. Effective errors identified above denied him a fair trial. Because we have found no errors, we likewise find no errors in accumulation. By accumulation, this proposition is denied. Motion for new trial.
Denied.
During the pendency of his appeal, appellant filed a motion to new trial in this court, alleging that newly discovered evidence warrants reversal of his conviction. Wow.
Good luck.
Appended to this motion are documents that the appellant has gathered to support his claim. A defendant may file a motion for a new trial when the new evidence is discovered, material to the defendant in which he could not with reasonable diligence have discovered before the trial. When such motion filed during a pendency of a direct appeal, it shall be filed with this court, not the district court. Rule 2. Yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
Such a motion must be, in any event, be filed within 1 year of the imposition of a judgment and sentence. Appellant's motion was timely filed. The state filed a response on October 30th, 2009. Appellant's sole claim in the motion for a new trial is the one juror impaled to try his case withheld relevant information during the jury selection process. He contends that the jury G was selective in disclosing prior contacts with the legal system. Appellant compares G answers on the juror's questionnaire and his response during the general voir dire with public records showing additional undisclosed contacts between himself or members of his family and the police in the courts. Appellant contends G omissions were intentional, and such deception made by him challengeable for cause. Alternately, he claims that G's omissions kept him from exercising preemptory challenges in an intelligent manner. When defendant claims newly discovered evidence warrants a new trial, we consider the following factors: whether the evidence would have been discovered before the trial with reasonable diligence, whether the evidence is material, whether the evidence is cumulative.
Mm-hmm.
Cumulative. Okay, cumulative. Whether the evidence creates reasonable probability that had been introduced at trial, it would have been changed, or would it have changed the outcome? Okay. The right to a fair trial guaranteed to every litigant includes the right to a body impartial jurors. The law recognizes prospective jurors may be excused for their implied bias or actual bias. Bias is implied. Okay, for any several statutory grounds generally involving some relation between the prospective juror and the defendant or complaining witness. The juror's prior involvement with the case itself. A juror may also be excused for subjective reasons which fall under the label of actual bias and the existence of the state in mind on the part of the juror in reference to the case or either by a party. Okay. That's what that's talking about. Let's get to the, okay. Was it denied?
Right.
I'm like, can we get to back part of it, please. We have reviewed the trial record and the materials applicant has attached to this motion as a new trial affidavit of the juror G explaining the omissions the state has attached to the response. What we conclude that this material does not meet the criteria for being newly discovered evidence. Nevertheless, even if any information we were truly new, we would find it not material and cannot reasonably be said it would have affected the outcome of the appellant's trial. We cannot find either any doubts about the jurors impartially should be resolved in favor of the accused, even if we assume for the sake of argument that all of the G's omissions were intentional. We do not see a hint that it might be.
Right.
Yes, it was denied.
Like it should be.
So that was that giant file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, let me stack this back up. Come on, Inky, get it together. Okay. I am almost done, guys. BH Road Stories, Bullhorn Betty. Good to see you. Okay. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, so this next document I should be able to pull up. This is a summary opinion denying application for post-conviction related motion. Or should I just read it?
You just read it, I would,
Okay. Carlos Larry, thank you. You're amazing. I know I'm not as cool as Newman, but it's okay. I tried.
Whoa.
I tried.
What? No. You're awesome. Yes, you are.
Oh, that little baby girl
Yeah, I know what.
kills me. Okay. Ooh. Can you give me just 1 second? I gotta go.
Sure.
Tinkle.
Jamie's up in the chat. Railroad Man Gaming. How you doing, Jamie?
Welcome here. Let me hand out.
He's naked in the chat. Oh my
I
god.
know we got to put a coat on him.
Yeah, we gotta cover him up.
There him goes. Now he has a coat.
Awesome.
Yeah. Here, let me put on some mood music.
Let's go.
Can you hear that okay? It's not too loud?
Oh, it's perfect.
Okay. 1 second. I'll be right
Okay.
back. I'm back. Welcome back. Get to
Welcome back.
know. I can turn off this music now, or at least turn it down. Okay.
All right. I was just sitting here just listening away.
I know. I hope it wasn't too loud.
No, it wasn't. That my Skittles here like an idiot. Gotta have it.
Skittles are yummy.
They are good.
I like the wild berry ones. Just the wild berry ones.
Yeah,
We
right.
are. Get to know. Look, we are almost done. Look.
You know what? I don't want to sound rude. But I will be glad when this one's over.
Yeah, me too. Look, that's all we have left.
Wow, girl.
We have gone through
Yeah.
all of this. All of that. Look.
Dang.
It's a
Yeah,
very.
I don't know what it is.
traumatizing
I don't know. I don't know what it is about this case. I just can't do it, man.
I don't think
It's
many
hard.
people could do it.
Just thinking about what she went through, dude. Oh my god, dude.
Well, I'll just tell you what I think about it.
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
It's okay.
So who's this up on panel with us or with you?
Newman Gaming.
Oh, Newman. Okay.
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right.
Let me see if I can pull this doc. Do I still have my docs open?
I'm the bestie, one of the besties, and a gamer of alike.
Yeah.
I know Wifey was in here earlier.
I know she was. I seen her. I'm like, hey, that sister Dales. You know.
When are we doing bingo again? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, I need to get on that. Matter of fact, thank you for reminding me. Everyone, I have a giveaway coming up. I believe it is on Saturday. I believe it's on the 12th or the 13th. Entries are $5 a piece. And depending on how many we have, it's going to be a $50 giveaway or a $100 giveaway. It's all up to you guys. So if you would like to enter into the raffle for a $50 cash or a $100 cash, hit me up. Let me know. And then that'll be the last stream I do until I get where I'm going. So I would say probably either that following weekend or somewhere after the 17th. Just a heads up. Okay, D is criminal right here. No, that's not it. It's this one. 513. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's pretty scary when you've read so much of this case that you know what the freaking case number is.
Mm-hmm. For real. Well, it's a disturbing case. It's nothing lightly. You know what I mean?
I know. Okay, so we are on January 17th, 2012. So now we have jumped all the way to 2012.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I'm not going to read that document because it's basically just the summary of the thing that I just read. And it's basically saying denying application for post-conviction relief. That's all that is. So it would basically be me reading that all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're moving on to 2015 through 2022. Order granting joint stipulation filed on October 16th, 2015. Okay. So, oh, that was used as an exhibit. Okay. This is March 18th, 2019. Man, we're just cooking through here now.
We're getting it.
So this is Kevin Ray Underwood. He again is the appellant and the state of Oklahoma appellant. Why do I keep doing that? Okay. So Kevin Ray Underwood, a death row inmate in the state of custody at Oklahoma State Penitentiary.
You got it. Penitentiary.
I just can't talk. At least I don't sound like the frog is in my throat. Where did he
Right.
go? He ran off again.
I know it.
Dang nabbit. Okay. In McAllister, Oklahoma, was tried by jury in case number CF 2007-513 in District Court of Cleveland County before Honorable Judge Candace Bullock, District Judge, for the murder of Jamie Boland. I think we're finally past all the gruesome stuff. Underwood versus State, 2011, yada, yada, yada. Underwood was convicted and sentenced to death on March 18th, 2019. The United States Supreme Court denied Underwood's petition for writ of seeking review of the 10th Circuit's ruling affirming the denial of federal habeas relief.
Mm-hmm.
Underwood versus Carpenter case, etc., etc. This capped years of the appellant's review in the state's federal court of Underwood's murder conviction and the death sentence. See Underwood versus State. So this is talking about his appeals. Traditionally, the state would request an execution date for Underwood be set for 60 days from March 18th, 2019, pursuant to OS 20111001D. As this case is aware, the Attorney General has a non-discretionary duty under that law to bring the attention to the Court of Criminal Appeals and the Supreme Court's action in Underwood's case and to suggest the appropriateness of setting a new execution date. On October 1, 2015, the state of Oklahoma requested stays of execution dates for 3 inmates, namely Richard Eugene Gossip. That was the thing that I was going to read earlier. Benjamin Robert Cole, and of course, this gentleman. I can't even call him a gentleman. He's an animal.
Right.
On October 16th, 2015, an order was filed in Gossips versus Gross case number CIV 14665, granting joint stipulation. In granting the stipulation, the court administratively closed case CIV 14665F and ordered pertinent part. It would be in the interest of the judiciary, economy, and committee for Oklahoma Attorney General not to seek an execution date from the Oklahoma Court of Appeals, Criminal Appeals, for any of the plaintiffs or any other condemned prisoner until after the counsel for plaintiffs are provided the following. Notice that the investigations known to the officers of the Attorney General by local. Okay, so this was where they were trying to say, hey, we have too many. Okay, you have stuff going on with your phone. Okay, hun. There was too many people on death row at once that were supposed to be executed. So they kind of had to like spread them out more. That's what this document is stating.
Right. And it's like I stated earlier, there wouldn't be so many on death row if they just take them out back and shoot them. It wouldn't have a problem. They'd have plenty of spots. Just take them on out yonder.
Yeah. Just off it. Get them off there.
Get them out of there.
Yeah.
And I know there's, a lot of people probably agree to disagree, but at the same time, I mean, we said it before. Why house them for 20 years? Why use our taxpayers' money to do all that? No reason in it. They did the crime. Give them a year to appeal. They get their first appeal. It's denied. Boom. Gone.
Right.
End of story.
I'm seeing what this says. DOC requests the first execution date be set no earlier than August 25th, 2022, which it was set for December 7th, 2023, which they ended up moving.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last document. And there's actually Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, there's 25 of them. And I believe the last one they did was Philip Dean Hancock. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 6 behind.
Wow.
Yeah. They're still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's still 16 of them that are waiting. As of this date of this document, there may be more now.
That's
And that was
insane.
the last document in the file. So I will be keeping up with this and finding out when his new execution date will be. And I will most definitely be present, take you guys out there and, see what happens. The problem is that the company talk. I'm not sure what he said. That is the company. I'm not sure what he means. Maybe I'll play tomorrow, Carlos, but I won't be streaming on this channel. I'll be streaming on Pinky After Dark. So if you guys have yet to go check out Pinky After Dark, that's going to be my open panel discussions, hangout BS discussions. Let me fix this. The more fun channel. I know this one is a serious, heavy weighted channel. And so I'm going to just keep it just strictly cases and domestic violence and then do all the fun stuff over on the other one. And he said, the problem is the company that makes the death cocktail will not make any more for executions. That's why Idaho went to the firing squad. Wow. That's nuts. I didn't know that. They were stating for some reason that, what did the Attorney General say? There was just too many of them, that it was making it hard on the people that do the execution part. I couldn't imagine having to do that, myself physically, but I get it. That's part of their job description. So
That's
do you have anything going on tonight?
Me? No. Mm-mm. No.
No poker, no trucking, no.
Not off tonight.
Never mind. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my bad.
I got a keyboard.
He needs a keyboard.
He'll be here tomorrow.
Whoop, whoop.
He said, "Work for me." Laugh out loud. Sadly, that's what Silent Dragon said. Oh my. But Inky, I'll go ahead and step down, and I appreciate you for letting me be up here and let me run my mouth a little bit. I enjoyed it.
No, I appreciate you being up here with me. I like having someone to bounce stuff off to, get their opinion, or just things like that. I'm not that I can't do it by myself, because I do.
Right.
But I like having other people's inputs and what their perspectives are, because everybody's different.
That's true.
And I greatly appreciate you taking time out of your day to come hang out with me. It's very nice, very, very thoughtful.
You're welcome. You have a good one.
You too. And if you guys haven't checked him out, please go and connect with Newman Gaming, Silent Dragon, get to know. If you all could please, please, please drop your links in chat for me. So if someone that's in our community that hasn't connected to you yet, they can. I would greatly appreciate it. Wednesday is running late. Your keyboard. Hanging with you, Pinky, is awesome. Oh, thank you, Silent Dragon. If you guys could please drop your links. I don't see any links yet. Come on, come on. Let's do this. You guys are awesome. I freaking appreciate you. I am happy that I am finally over getting through those documents, it's very hard to read, especially when you have kids of your own, or if you just have any kind of moral value whatsoever. It is very, very hard, but Railroad Gaming, good job. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. Freaking awesome. Silent Dragon, yes. Get to know. Let's go. You guys rock. You guys freaking rock. Woo, woo. Newman Gaming, thank you very much. You all are awesome. I love you all to death. Again, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm gonna pop up the outro. Don't forget, connect to Pinkies After Dark. I will be over there a lot. I love you guys. Have a blessed one.